Good morning, everyone. Be seated. We're going to roll right into our, what are they called again, Jonathan? Shareholders meetings first, and we'll do the national anthem afterwards. So have a seat. It's that time of year. So we'll call the first one to order, which is the Simcoe County Housing Corporation. And I'll look for a roll call from my clerk, please.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, members. We have all members of council in attendance sitting as the shareholder with a few exceptions here. Deputy Warden Coughlin is currently absent and will be joining late. Councillor Dolan is currently absent with alternate councillor Alex Waters in attendance. Councillor Sandhu is currently absent with alternate councillor Ben Verkuyk in attendance. And we have councillor Michael Smith currently absent, and you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, clerk. Can I get a mover to approve the agenda? Moved by councillor Rawson, second by councillor Corbell. That the agenda of the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of the shareholder of Simcoe County Housing Corporation be approved. Do I have a disclosure of, all in favor? That is carried. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by anyone? If you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. So adoption of previous minutes. That the minutes of the meeting of the shareholder of Simcoe County Housing Corporation held June 24th, 2025 be adopted. Moved by councillor Van Staveren, second by councillor Measures. Any questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Matters for consideration, and we have the notice of the annual general meeting that individuals named in Schedule 1 to item HCB 2026-084 be elected as directors of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation, and that Baker Tilly KDN LLP be appointed as auditors for the Simcoe County Housing Corporation, and that the 2025 draft audited financial statements of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation be approved, and that the actions of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation Board of Directors since the last AGM be ratified. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Fryer and Councillor Snell. Any questions on that motion? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Well, now I'll look for the adjournment that the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of the shareholders of the County of Simcoe Housing Corporation be adjourned at 9:03 a.m. Moved by councillor McDonald, second by councillor McKellen. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now we have the shareholders meeting for the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. Once again, I assume I still have a quorum. I don't have to go through that again. Approval of the agenda, that the agenda for the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of the shareholder of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, Inc. be approved. Moved by councillor Cox, second by councillor Laux. Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest on anything on this agenda? Once again, if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Adoption of the previous minutes, that the minutes of the meeting of the shareholder of Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, Inc. held on June 24, 2025 be adopted. Moved by councillor Fryer, second by councillor Brian Smith. Questions on the minutes? I'm not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. And notice of the annual general meeting that the individuals named in Schedule 1 to item LSRA 2026-191 be elected as directors to the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport Board, and that Baker Tilly KDN LLP be appointed as auditors for the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, and that the 2025 draft audited statements for the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport be approved, and that the actions of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport Board of Directors since the last AGM be approved. Moved by councillor Norris, second by councillor Verkuyk. Any questions on that motion? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. So lastly, that the June 23rd, 2026 meetings of the shareholder of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, Inc. be adjourned at 9:05 a.m. Moved by councillor Fowler, second by Councillor Lavoie. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now we'll stand for our national anthem, followed by a moment of private contemplation. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Last meeting before the break, so as you may have noticed, a rather heavy agenda today, so I will try and keep us moving along. I'll start with the roll call again. Jonathan?
Thank you, Warden. I'll just repeat, no changes to the attendance here. We have Deputy Warden Coughlin currently absent. Councillor Dolan's absent with alternate Councillor Alex Waters in attendance. Councillor Sandhu is absent with alternate Councillor Ben Verkuyk in attendance. And we have Councillor Michael Smith currently absent, and you have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look to Councillor Miskimins for the approval of the agenda.
Good morning, Warden, and thank you. And good morning, Council. This is the approval of the agenda, moved by myself, seconded by alternate Councillor Verkuyk, that the agenda for the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of Council be approved. Back to you, Warden.
Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? I'll try and remember to look online, Councillor Hamlin. Not seeing any. If you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations, we have none. Consent agenda. Councillor Burkett, please.
Morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, through you, moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross. The Council Communications and Proclamations, June the 9th, 2026 to June the 22nd, 2026, have been given due consideration to be received.
Any question on the proclamations? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of council minutes and confirmation of the committee reports. Councillor Miskimins, if you wouldn't mind helping me out.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Van Staveren, that the following council minutes be confirmed and adopted and committee of the whole reports be confirmed. County Council minutes of June 9th, 2026, committee of the whole report for June 9th, 2026, and committee of the whole confidential report June 9th, 2026.
Thank you. Any questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and considerations of the Committee of the Whole report. I'll start with Chair Evans, please.
Good morning, Your Worship, and thank you, and good morning, Council. Motion is the performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated June 9th, 2026 be approved, including the confidential items, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Norcross. Back to you, Warden.
Thank you. Are there any items to performance management be pulled? I'm not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, chair measures, please. Human Services.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning and good morning, members of council. This is the Committee of the Whole Report for Human Services for June 9th, 2026. It'll be moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brian Smith, that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole Report dated June the 9th, 2026 be approved.
Any items off Human Services to be pulled? I'm not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And Chair Miskimins for Corporate Services, please.
Thanks, Warden. This is the Committee of the Whole Report for Corporate Services for June 9th, 2026. It will be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Leduc that the Corporate Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole Report dated June 9th, 2026 be approved, including the confidential item.
Any items to be pulled off Corporate Services? Not seeing any. Oh, yes, Councillor Greenlaw.
Just because you're with a back and forth, so are we at 29? Are you down? That's at the later
this is
meeting.
our past.
Okay,
Committee of
perfect.
the
Thank
Whole
you.
We're just approving now. Yes, it's one of those hectic days. So no items to be pulled here. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now we have the special presentations, consideration of special committee reports. We have the governance committee now. So if you would be kind enough, Chair Miskimins.
Thank you, Warden. Busy day for me. We're on 10.1, the Governance Committee Report for June 16th, 2026. This would be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Cox that the recommendations contained within the Governance Committee Report dated June 16th, 2026 be approved.
Sorry, I'm just unlocking my computer here. Okay, Governance Committee. Yes, questions. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. The options that will be pursued, the reduction of committee, remote or hybrid, all those, will they come back to council or are they just going to be decided and go into the bylaw?
I will look for Clerk McGill on that one.
Through you, Warden, to the councillor. Thanks for the question. So there's certain items here that require us to come back and get some more direction. And there's a number of changes that are going to be required to the procedure bylaw, potentially the weighted vote bylaw, a number of policies, remuneration. There's a few things here that require us to go back and make some edits and make sure all of those pieces are sort of talking to each other and make sense from a governance perspective. There are a few pieces here, however, I don't want to mislead council in any way. The increase to the warden salary in 2027, that's option 4A here, that will go ahead and do. Option 1A, where we're going to sort of come up with a warden appointment process, that's something where the details are still to be ironed out. So I would say there's a mix of things here where we will act upon some of them that are clear to go ahead and act upon, the warden remuneration being one of them, the elimination of the deputy warden role. I mean, I can go through them here as well. That's probably the key ones there. The rest, reduction of committees, the warden appointment process, reduction in city representation, those sorts of things, like we'll come back with a procedure bylaw with edits to it and take that back to governance and it'll end up back here at the council table.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fryer, questions?
Yes, thank you, Warden. And I had read that I knew staff were working on some things and would be coming back. But what I wanted to ask about was the 2B part, which I agree with. It's consideration of the alternates possibly sitting on committees. But it talks about Section 268, which is the appointment process for the alternate. Is the county's, I know the county can't specify, I don't believe you can, but is the intention, I'm getting people who are interested in a deputy mayor position as far as running in the next election. are the county going to be at least suggesting to municipalities that the deputy warden sits as the alternate? Or is there a process of consideration to actually be able to do something at the county level? Seems to me like the alternate is selected at the lower tier level. So I just wondered if I get some clarification on that.
Jonathan, I believe that is correct. Jonathan?
Yeah, thank you, Warden. To the counselor, the last part of your comments there are absolutely correct. Section 260 of the Municipal Act leaves it totally in the hands of the lower tier municipality to appoint that alternate. So the county would not be weighing in, suggesting that it be the deputy mayor or anything like that. It's strictly a lower tier decision. You know, municipalities don't even have to appoint an alternate if they don't want to. So it would be left in their hands.
Follow up, because that's, as the clerk mentioned, don't even have to have an alternate. And I actually, when I look at the way things are going to proceed, I wonder why anybody would want to be an alternate. Because is there, and again, as I say, I'm getting questions from possible candidates and I'm trying to understand what I should be saying to them, or the incentives to have an alternate. I think the municipality would like to have an alternate to make sure they have representation, but how do we say to the deputy mayor, you should be alternate if they're going to be receiving the meeting per diem for showing up, $300? Like, I just wondered if there's going to be some work on trying to look at things from an incentive basis to make the alternate position something that people would look at doing.
We haven't been looking at a change in the per diem yet. I mean, is that something you're suggesting governance have a look at the per diems that are paid for those that show up?
I guess I felt that there was probably something that would be looked into. It did talk about staff were going to look at things and come back in August and September. And 2B was one of them because of the alternates possibly on the committees and that. But I just, as I said, if somebody can give me information that I can use in discussing with possible candidates for deputy mayor and an alternate situation, it'd be helpful. So just however that can come about.
Perfect. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I understand where Councillor Farr is coming from, but I do believe that it should be in the hands of the local municipality. And I also believe that there are people out there who are considering running for deputy mayor, and the rationale is that now they may think about going because they don't have to be at 2 meetings a month, which works better with their job schedule. So it really weighs both ways on what's going on. And I believe that when the local municipality does designate an alternate, that it will be the person who's able to go and is interested in going, not just someone who's put there and has to go if they don't have the time or the energy. Thank you.
And I do even weigh into it. I don't know where strong mayor power lands in appointing the alternate. If that's something that can be done, is done by the mayor or it's done by the council. You don't have to worry about that one too much. Jonathan, what's your opinion on it?
The strong mayor sort of framework within the Municipal Act section, you know, it's a number of sections at 284. It allows a strong mayor to appoint members to committees of council. Right now, I don't think the current legislation contemplates allowing a strong mayor to appoint the alternate for the municipality. I believe it's in the hands of council as a whole.
That should lead to some interesting times after the election that I won't be part of. So anything else on the recommendation of the governance committee? Councillor Leduc and Councillor Chair Measures. So go ahead, Councillor Leduc.
Warden, I heard that this was going to come back to council. Would it be by the August 11th meeting that some of these would come back, if not all of it? And the reason I'm asking is, do we go to lame duck after the 21st? If we do, because some of these have financial implications here. So you're only allowed to do so much financially as a council. So I'm just wondering if we're making it before the August 21st deadline.
Jonathan.
Through your worship to the councillor, Yes, the report within the governance committee, the agenda there contemplated this a little bit. There's not a ton of time to sort all this out. Like the debate around council composition was fairly lengthy, and we don't have the luxury of that kind of time here. We're hoping to have this wrapped up within about 3 months. In September, we're hoping to have changes to the procedure bylaw, remuneration, weighted voting bylaw, hopefully as well. So as part of the recommendation here, the last clause says that additional governance committee meetings be scheduled in late July or early August and September 2026. And the thought there is we will get a governance committee meeting in prior to the August 11th meeting to come back with any proposals or options where we need further direction from governance committee and council. That'd be prior to any trigger of a lame duck period. And then we would be, going through in September the actual, right into the details, the wording and language of the bylaw itself based on the direction provided today and any further direction we need provided August 11th.
The weighted votes one that we're going to struggle with here because if they appoint, which I believe they're going to, with strong warden powers, how does that fit in a weighted vote? So that's one we're just trying to work through with the province to see how many weighted votes do you give to it, a strong warden. I've got chair measures and then I think chair measures and then Councillor Bell. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Your Worship. I just wanted to highlight something in the report, a part of the discussion that the governance committee had, and I'm privileged to be able to serve on that committee on your behalf. And that had to do with a little bit of the ceremonial aspects of the role of warden. The point being, we were asked to review this information quickly and to prepare a recommendation to bring to this council for the recommendation on how this House can appoint a warden in the new term. The ceremonial part of the discussion came up when we discussed if we are, as a House, given the opportunity to make the recommendation for an appointed warden, then the title of the person would be the warden of Simcoe County. If the minister opts to make the appointment of the chair, then the person will be called the chair of Simcoe County. So that was one of the items that we discussed, and we're going to discuss it again in our next meeting. I know I had a quick chat with the chair about that, and I'm confident that I think that's a good recommendation that'll come to this House, and it honestly recognizes the importance of the role, both to the House as well as to the general community and the greater community of Simcoe County, that we have a appointed warden or an appointed chair.
Thank you for clarifying. And Councillor Bell.
Sure. I think my biggest concern is because it's an election year, and of course, we don't know what's going to happen with the House. It could be 16 new people sitting in these seats with no idea of what's happened in the last 4 years, a new appointed warden with no idea what's happened in the last 4 years. I think even adding in a request that we should have an overlap, at least our current warden should be sitting for an additional 6 months or a year to do that transition period. I think it'd be an important piece for staff, for the county itself. Even if it's 6 months, I think it's an important piece procedurally to introduce to staff, to introduce to stakeholders. Just my thoughts.
Councillor Cox.
Well, my other question had been answered, but I totally agree with Councillor Bell on that. I think that's something the governance committee should look at and speak to the province about. It is a whole brand new experience for a whole brand new amount of people. And the other one I wanted to speak to too is, it was Councillor Fryer who kind of niggled it in my brain, is when this information goes out to the municipalities, or it's probably already gone for anyone who's running for mayor, they may want to emphasize the fact that there's 16 people on council, and second Tuesdays and fourth Tuesdays are county council days. You can't afford to have people saying, oh, I have to leave at 9, I have to leave at 11. You can't have that. You've only got 16 people. Thank you.
Maybe it's, I've got you, Councillor Rawson, maybe on the last comment, they're pretty adamant they're going to appoint this time after the election. I think we don't poke at that bear, but maybe instead of, they're talking 2 years, maybe say for the first one, 3 years. and then 2 years after that. So there's always a 1-year overlap. When a new council comes in, the warden's there for a year, then they can appoint a new or whatever they want to do, and there'd always be an overlap in the term of council. Maybe that's something we could suggest to governance and see what we can come up with. But I wouldn't poke the bear too much. They've been pretty adamant that they're going to appoint this warden after the election, but instead of 2 years, maybe make it 3, and then that would throw that, because they're looking at every other year. So then that way there'd be some continuity. Councillor Rawson, you've been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate Chair Measures' comments about the appointment of the chair selected by this council or by the province. I'm looking at the report about option 4A, increase warden salary at the 60th market percentile. And then option 5A speaks what Councillor Measures mentioned about the warden being a county chair or should be the province. My question is, who's paying? If it's a provincial appointment, are we paying this or is the province paying this? I think we got to think about that, make a decision around that wording and selection process as well.
I mean, I would love to say that if the province appoints, the province should pay, but I know the 2 regional chairs that are appointed right now are paid for by the regions. So that's, I guess that's your answer. It would be us paying at this point. Yes, go ahead.
Perhaps we should have no change to our salary. You've advocated, Warden, what that looks like. We should keep it status quo for the appointment. And if it becomes a council-directed appointment, then we'll talk about making the adjustment to the 60th market percentile using that data. If it's a council-appointed warden, and it ties to the warden's position.
Well, I won't argue that. We did have a little discussion on that, and the fear is if we don't set the salary, it'll be set for us. And I would rather set at the 60th percentile, which is what we pay ourselves, not the 100th percentile, because we're the largest county. So it kind of puts the control back in. That's what county council is paying themselves. That's what we pay our staff, the 60th percentile. It fits our model rather than have no salary set and have the province set it at 200, 250, whatever they feel is adequate. At least we've got it tied with everybody else. But we did have a discussion on that, and certainly it's on the agenda now if we want more input on that. So give it some thought while I go to Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Your Worship, and the council through you to Councillor Rawson and the council overall. As you know, I sit on the governance committee. I just want to give you a little background in terms of where there's a lot of forward thinking and conceptual ideas and hypotheses of what's going to happen. Just to give you a little bit of background on what we're looking at and really what came out of the discussions in my mind, and I think a number of people in the room, was that there are a lot of balls in the air and a lot of things are moving around. And it's frankly based on somebody making a decision that largely is not going to take into consideration what our concerns. So what we're trying to put up is kind of like gateways or flags to keep us in the area. So when we talk about, to your point, let's set the salary at this, let's put this in place, we're by no means certain that that's going to happen because the process itself is so unknown. But we're trying to provide a roadway, if you want to call it, of where we'd like to land in terms of if we had the choice, best case scenario as a council, to be able to control our own destiny, which is what we've been able to do for over 150 years. But now we have to deal with this uncertainty. The bigger uncertainty, when you think about it, and maybe give you a bit of background and when you're reading all this material, is the big unknown is the warden or the county chair position, the county chair position and the power that that person has or will wield in the community. So as you know, the appointment, this county chair could have the possibility to, obviously control committees, delete committees, add people to committees, staffing. There's so many unknowns in terms of, and that person direction of which we may not have any control over if it's appointed will have huge implications for the county. So it's a very kind of frustrating discussion because we stopped at what, 3.5 hours, 4 hours, and it could have gone for another couple of days because you're trying to, it's like trying to figure out all the permutations and combinations and possibilities of what could happen. And unfortunately, until really that person is appointed, then we're going to have, then we'll be in the reality of dealing with what's actually going to happen. But to try and figure it all out, and I think we're doing a good job by saying, okay, this is where we'd like to land. This is where the position should operate in, and that I think is something that really, and frankly, that's really the only thing we can do right now until we get that, further indication from the MMAH to move forward. So just want to give you a little bit of background in terms of the frustrations and opportunities. I'm half glass full, but some of the frustrations are frankly that we're dealing with in trying to come up with something that right now is so fluid and so unknown. So I'm sure we'll be meeting again in the summer a couple times on this, I'm sure, and trying to get back to you like for August 11th, I think it was, you said. So I look forward to getting some certainty out of it. Thank you, Warden.
Yeah, you're correct on that. We're trying to get as many ironed down as if we were doing it ourselves. This is how we'd want it, hoping the new chair will do that. Because quite frankly, strong chair powers, all of these chairs can be appointed by the warden/chair. So even the governance committee can be appointed. They have to delegate that power back to us. So we're trying to get everything in place. This is how we would do it, hoping the new Simcoe County chair will say, you know what, you got a great system in place. Let's just follow that. Or, like I said, they can appoint all the chairs of the committee, all the subcommittees, and we don't want that. We want to have a nice, solid roadmap so the new person coming in says, you know what, your system looks good, let's follow it. I saw a few hands. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Warden. I just want to briefly say my line of questioning, I want to make sure that I express appreciation to the governance committee and to staff. I recognize how complex the situation is and appreciate the explanation of the discussion. So just my line of questioning was only out of interest and just trying to understand and recognize that it is a very fluid situation. So thank you.
Councillor Cox.
What if you said increase the warden's salary to a max of the 60th market percentile using and leave it at that instead of saying you're going to in 2027, and that way they know there's a max and you can make the decision, or it can be made when the chair or the person is appointed. It kind of leaves an opening, but they can't go over it, but they can go up to it if they decide.
Okay, well, we need direction on it. Like we were just going to appoint, it wasn't going to say max, that would be the salary.
Yeah, but you're saying you're going to give that warden, this person, a salary increase in 2027. If we said increase the warden's salary to a max of the 60th market percentile, not saying 2027, just to a max, and then the decision if we appoint, we can decide, or if they do. I don't know. We're talking about frustrations, and you're saying that if we don't put something in, they could go way high, but if we do a max, they can only go to that. Or if it comes back that we are making the decision, then we can go where we would like.
Just chatting with Jonathan here. We can set the salary, but setting a max is trying to bind a future council. So we can recommend what we think the salary should be, which is what's in the report. But if you try and set a max, then you're trying to bind the future council technically. So we're better just to, this is our suggestion. This is the salary at I think 185 was the 60th percentile. But as soon as you put thou shalt not go above that, you're trying to bind the future council, which we can't do.
Well, I kind of look binding now.
Councillor Duke, and then we should
I'm
try and
going to suggest that we try not to step on the province's toes too much. They're in full control. We are creatures of their existence. So basically, I think this is great what the governance committee has done. Let's leave it with the governance committee. Focus on what you guys got to do for that, and we'll see what the province does in the end. But this is the best we can do because it is the province's decision. They'll do what they need to do. So we can put as many barriers you want in there, but I think we need to have a great dialogue with them and not a confrontational dialogue. We're best to have a good conversation with them to talk about the areas that we're concerned about, and hopefully they'll listen to that and we can get some good results out of that. But at this point in time, we put too much in there, we might be stepping on their toes and they might get a little upset with us. So I'd prefer to have great dialogue.
Thank you. Well, that was the intention. We wanted to set everything up as if we were appointing the warden. This is the salary. These are the powers. This is how we elect our chairs. This is how we would do it, with the hopes that even if they appoint the chair, they follow what we've laid out. Councillor Greenlaw, and then I'd like to call the vote. We got to move along.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Can we not just send the province a letter asking for full clarity before the 21st of August? I think it's inefficient for our governance committee to be wasting time having multiple meetings to build multiple models when we just need to directly communicate to the province to provide the clarity.
We have actually, part of the later motion is we will continue to negotiate over the things like the weighted vote and all the other issues. So that communication's ongoing. I'm not getting any indication we're going to have something by August 21st. Jonathan, what's your feeling on that? It's going to be right down to the wire. Feedback on things like the weighted vote, on the governance structure, on the appointing process. They haven't even, I think, opened the portal for people to put their name in yet. So supplementary there.
Supplemental, thank you, Your Worship. But the point is, have we as a county sent a letter under your signature requesting for this information to be provided in advance so people can make decisions for their next election? And I think until we do that, we're assuming on, and we're fearing things that we don't know what's going to happen. We need clarity from the province, as the province is supposed to be working with us in order to find the best solution moving forward.
I'm going to look to my clerk for direction on whether we draft a letter asking them to give us information, full detailed information by the end of August.
Through you, Your Worship, I would, to the council, I would just say, sort of irregardless of the province providing clarity on some things, there's a few outstanding questions and unknowns. You know, the minister has stated that publicly in a letter to Muskoka that they do intend to appoint the warden for all the regions, the district and the county that are in scope of Bill 100. So what we don't know, we do have some indications from the province of what they intend to do with the legislation that's now in place. I would say what's before you right now are things that you know, in my opinion, the county has to make some decisions on, irregardless of how the province moves here. Like, we will need a new appointment process in place because the one in our procedure bylaw is out of date with this new council composition that we now have. Pursuing reduction of committees and/or appointments to address a workload for a smaller council. I'd suggest that that's something, you know, that was a concern of this council during the council composition discussion, and that's something that, you know, I think the county should be moving on here. So if it's additional advocacy, you know, I'm certainly at the will of council and the warden, but I would not say doing that in place of passing some of these recommendations is advised.
So why don't we table that one? We'll have a discussion on that. The next committee, governance committee, will get these in order now. And then maybe that is something we'll recommend next time, that we send a letter that we need this finalized before election, because, you know, I understand they want to appoint after, but you can't appoint with the weighted vote. That's kind of got to be in place before the term, right? And that's the conversations I'm having now. I keep hearing, no, we'll do it all after when we appoint. Well, no, the weighted vote, the procedure bylaw has to be in place when the new individual walks in. So we're still having those negotiations. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden. So I'm hearing that they have stated that they're going to do appointment, but are they looking at someone that is actually from the county, or are they parachuting in? If you have any information on that.
What they've said is they believe it should be a resident of the county with political experience.
Okay, thank you.
That's what they've said.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so on the recommendation, is there any other discussion? Yes?
As long as there's no motions to come, we can move forward.
Yeah, if there's no other motions to come, then I will move forward on the vote. All in favor? Opposed of any? That is carried. Thank you. And trust me, there's going to be many more discussions on that before the end of the year. So presentations, consideration of municipal servicing corporations. So I need a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport Board and confidential Lake Simcoe Regional Airport Board meeting held on June 17th, 2026 be approved. Moved by Councillor Norcross, second by Councillor Locks. Keep in mind there is an in-depth report coming in camera later on the airport. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and considerations of county officers report. I have none. No motions which notices have been given. No notices of motion, no closed sessions. So we are moving into the committee of the whole. So I will look for a mover and a seconder. The council recess in the committee of the whole at 9:40 a.m. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That is carried. Quick roll call, though I don't think anything's changed, Jonathan. Oh, wait, I got to wait for the city reps. Councillor Cox, would you do me the honor? Thank you. All right, looks like we've, go ahead, Jonathan. We've concluded some city reps now.
Thank you, Warden. So the attendance from council here at Committee of the Whole does not change. We're joined by the city representatives, Aurelia Councillor Durnford, Aurelia Councillor Fallis, and Aurelia Mayor McIsaac, Barrie Councillor Nagusi, Barrie Councillor Rietma are all in attendance, and we have Barrie Mayor Nuttall currently absent, and you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Clerk McGill. And if Councillor Miskimans would approve the agenda.
Thanks, Warden. Through you, I've got a motion here that the agenda for the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved. Moved by Councillor Hamlin, seconded by Councillor Walker.
Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Does anybody have a pecuniary interest? Councillor Prost.
I have a conflict of interest for 27.1 CCW 2026-188. It's the Hospital Alliance, and I work for GBGH, so I think it's safe to not participate.
Thank you. Any other declarations? If you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. We are now on to presentations and delegations, all sections. We have none. Performance management with the museum. Chair Evans, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning again, Council. Pleased to have Kelly Swift-Jones here today from our museum to present the Simcoe County Museum 5-year plan. So very exciting to see this moving forward. This is something that has to be approved by the end of June. So are there any comments or questions on this item? Councillor Cox, please.
Yeah, through the chair. I just wanted to thank and congratulate the museum staff on this. Excellent presentation, excellent 5-year strategy plan. I think it is. I think museums are becoming more and more popular. I think people are trying to get back and see what their roots are. We see all the advertisements on TV for that ancestor thing. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you very much because sometimes we forget and then don't say it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I totally agree. I met a few members of our Ontario Agriculture Foundation Federation, and they're very complimentary of the museum and would like to play a part in the future. So there's a few other groups that are noticing the success that you have, and should include an all year round success. So great to see the programs going on in the wintertime as well. And I know the success you've had with the rink in the trees, or the path in the trees, and so it's working really well. So any further comments, questions? Okay, I have a motion before me. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Thank you very much. And the motion is that item CCW 2026-172 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding Simcoe County Museum 5-year plan be received, and that the Simcoe County Museum 5-year plan attached as Schedule 1 to item CCW 2026-172 be approved. Any further comments, questions? Those in favor? Thank you very much. Anybody opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And I will pass it back to you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair Evans. Chair Measures, if you could take Human Services, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Again, good morning to committee. Human Services, we are going to go directly to item 22, which includes the consent items for this agenda. We have item 22.1, which is the draft Simcoe County Housing Corporation minutes for June the 9th. And we also have the draft Simcoe County Housing Corporation Board confidential minutes for June 29th. Are there any questions on those two items? All right, then I will look for a mover and seconder. Mr. Anderson, perhaps. Mr. Bell, thank you. That the following consent items having been given due consideration be received. There's no further. All those in favor? Thank you. Now moving to item 23, which is our Human Services Housing and Homelessness Services. We have a report here, CCW 2026-182, the Canada-Ontario Community and Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative Investment Plan. GM Fayez-Baguette, do you have any comments you'd like to add? It's a very interesting report. Sure.
Through you, Chair Measures. This is just a good news story. It's a 8.4 million, which is the second to last year of both of these funding programs for our community housing and our affordable housing work that we do, as well as our rent supplement programs and our subsidized rent programs, as well as the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, which is in its last year under the National Housing Act. The county did receive 1.36 million, which is actually an increase from last year and back up to our standard level, which will help 160 households secure affordable housing and be able to move with that flexible portability feature of this program. So it's really a good news story as we continue to use these funds in many of our different projects, both on the capital, repair, and subsidizing rent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GM. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Very well. I'll look for a mover and seconder, perhaps Councillor Prost, and then Councillor Brian Smith. The item is that item CCW 2026-182 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding the Canada-Ontario Community Ontario and Ontario Priorities Housing Initiatives Investment Plan for 2026 and 2027 be received, and that Council approve the investment plan as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-182, and that staff be authorized to amend the investment plan and Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Take-Up Plan as may be required and within applicable provincial program parameters to maximize the use of allocated funds and avoid any loss of funds as generally outlined in the item CCW 2026-182, and that the warden and county clerk be authorized to enter into any agreements and sign any documents necessary to give effect to the investment plan. And in the case of Ontario Renovates home ownership and rent supplement agreements, that the general manager of social and community services or designate be authorized to sign any documents necessary to give effect to the investment plan as generally outlined in CCW 2026-182. Anything further? Seeing none, all in favor, please. Thank you very much. That carries. Human Services, Early Learning and Child Care System Management. We do have an item here also with GM Fayez-Baguette. This is CCW 2025-185, the 2026 Child Care Infrastructure Funding. GM, do you have something you'd like to speak to on that?
Yes, really quickly. Again, another good story coming out of the Ministry of Education. We're receiving a slight increase in funding to help our final year of the Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare Program, which is the program that's been subsidizing the cost of childcare across Canada and in Ontario. So this year, that 650,000 is just an additional bump to help the final stages of those who are trying to open up their spaces in the last year of the program. So really what I wanted to share for this one, and this is important, and there'll be a follow-up email and letter to those impacted, but we have 10 programs right now and about $9 million that need to be fully operationalized by December 31st of this year, or we return the money. The challenging part is that that money is being spent to set up the programs and open them up. And they're reliant on a lot of permits and local level planning items to get completed by that date. So we'll be sending a specific email to those municipalities that have programs opening up. And we're hoping, and we'll do the same with our counterparts, the staff teams at those departments in those municipalities, to ensure that we hit the mark at the end of December 31st. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So heads up to mayors and deputy mayors. You may see some information coming your way to assist this program. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes, Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. If I understand, General Manager Fayez Baguette, with Wasaga Beach, with our K-12 Catholic high school, it came with some childcare spaces. Should our community be looking at a temporary location in advance of the opening to be able to help with that bridge piece?
GM?
For you, Chair, I'm going to ask Director Searcher to maybe help answer that question.
Thank you, General Manager Fayez Baguette, and through you, Chair. Great question. We have been advised that programs that are not able to open, that are approved for 2026 spaces, should be seeking alternate locations if they can, in order to get the spaces open and operating even in a temporary location, and then moving over into the existing space once it's ready.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there other questions from the floor, online? Okay. Thank you very much. Then I will look for a mover, perhaps Councillor Snell would like to move that. Thank you very much. Perhaps alternate Councillor Alex Walters. Would that be good? Thank you very much. As our seconder, the item is CCW 2026-185, dated June 23rd, 2026, regarding the 2026 child care infrastructure funding be received, and that the program strategies, guidelines, and approaches regarding the use of the 2026 infrastructure funding, as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-185, be approved. Nothing further? I'll call the motion. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. Very good. Moving on, community support and well-being. GM Fayez Baguette has a presentation here. We'd like to pass the chair over, or pass the floor over to Mina, and he is going to introduce the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Measures. So here presenting our Heart Hub program and a little bit of update for Council. This is the first time we are updating Council on this, so I'm going to have introduce you to Director Amy Marshall, Director of Community Safety and Wellbeing, and Katie Drake, the Manager of Homelessness and Addiction Recovery Treatment Hub, to share with you the journey we've been on for the last year and how the Heart Hub is doing and what are the next steps in the program. And we can discuss a little bit about the report thereafter.
Warden, Chair Measures, County Council, community members and colleagues, we are really excited to be here today to provide an update and truly thank you for your time to hear a little bit about the heart of Simcoe County and where we have been, where we're going, and how we hope to expand this program as we, move through this year. Essentially, what we'd like to really review with you today, my colleague Katie Drake, who is the county lead as the manager of the Heart Hub initiative, we really want to share with you some of the great aspects of this program, how we're working with our key partners in the community, and what to expect as this year unfolds. So I want to bring you back to 2025, 18 months ago in January, when we had the exciting news that we were successful in the application for the Heart Hub and to implement and build that here in Simcoe County. Now, fast forward about 6 months later in June 2025, and think back to about a year ago this week, many of you joined us in the atrium to launch the Heart Hub. And it was an exciting opportunity to have our partners together and truly start to connect with folks in the community. Now, following that in July 2025, we had the opportunity to welcome our first cohort of individuals into our Live in Addiction treatment program. So that was an exceptional time period to really be able to connect with folks and connect them to the services that they need, when they need it, where they need that. Now, from that point in about July 2025 to present, we have fully implemented all of our services from the navigation team to community-based services to primary care to access to Indigenous care pathways, but as well as accessing other community-based employment and social supports within our community. So it's been a really great opportunity to see this program come from a concept, a thought, a discussion in a boardroom to full implementation. Now, there's no better way to hear about this program than through the lens of frontline staff. We have an incredible team that we're working with key partners, and together with our partners at, or our colleagues, I should say, in Service Simcoe, we were able to develop a video that really truly highlights that and shares from that frontline perspective where we are and what that kind of looks like for services within our community. So I'm going to share that with you right now.
Heart Hub Simcoe County, the homelessness and addiction recovery treatment hub, brings people, services, and supports together to respond to homelessness, addiction, and mental health with compassion and coordination. By connecting individuals to housing, care, and recovery pathways, Heart Hub Simcoe County helps people move forward and builds healthier communities for everyone.
We work with a diverse range of community agencies that all try to come together to close the gap that these clients face every day. We help them through system navigation, trying to access resources that they would typically have a hard time trying to find in their day-to-day lives with the agencies they're already accessing. We give the clients the autonomy to choose who they are, who they want to be, and how they're going to get there.
Heart Hub Simcoe County has created the service referral pathways with the integration of both people with lived and living experience and our Indigenous partners to create an Indigenous care pathway.
Having an Indigenous care pathway is really important to bridge systemic gaps and really initiate cultural connection almost immediately. We want to make sure that we're providing cultural safe, trauma-informed care and giving an Indigenous perspective of healing. Us as Indigenous care providers, we want to ensure that our clients are getting holistic care right at the first point of contact. And with that provides an autonomy in their care, ensuring our community members' spirits really taken care of. And with that comes safety and belonging. Cultural safety is essential to connection to our community members, no matter where they are at.
Creating low-barrier, local access to treatment was a priority. RBH runs a live-in treatment facility, pre-treatment and withdrawal management to support individuals through their recovery journey.
I think a lot of times, this population, they are constantly on survival mode and they lose hope and they kind of feel like they're outcasts. And I think with that being said, when they come here, we want them to feel safe. We want them to find a voice, to speak up, and just really build a family and community again. When clients are done our program, they fill out a little leave just to encourage the next group that's coming through. Something on their hard days that they can kind of look at and say, okay, I can get through this, you know? A kind word kind of soothes the soul, right? So.
A key strength of the Heart Hub is that support begins before treatment ends, connecting individuals with Waypoint's relapse prevention services to ensure continued care through in-person and virtual supports.
In our relapse prevention, they're primarily for the clients that we serve. So we offer different therapy modalities like cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, seeking safety, lots of information and skills-based to help with emotion regulation, urges for cravings, and just building up their self-confidence. In our family support groups, we offer psychoeducation for family members, friends, peers, anybody who is living or knows somebody who is dealing with addictions and mental illness, so that people can get a better understanding of what is addiction so they can support their loved ones, as well as hopefully try and get rid of some of that stigma that individuals tend to experience with the lack of understanding of what addictions truly is. It's a chronic brain disease. So having that understanding and that support can go a long way for not only our clients, but also the people who love them and support them.
Heart Hub Simcoe County supports recovery after treatment through temporary housing and partnerships with the Canadian Mental Health Association, helping individuals prepare for independent living.
I think supportive housing means so much more than just housing. It's wraparound care support. It's supporting clients with activities of daily living, budgeting, employment. It's also the team advocating with landlords to secure affordable housing. We all support with individual goal planning, clients' goals, connecting them to our healthcare navigator, our addiction therapist, primary doctors in the community, and helping them maintain their housing in the community.
At the Heart Hub, Simcoe County, support is built around the individual. From navigation through supportive housing, people work alongside staff to access services, strengthen connections, and stay supported, no matter which path their journey takes.
We've been able to branch out and demonstrate to our community and on an international platform how we are integrating mental health addiction services along with healthcare. We are going to OMSA, which is a conference for the municipalities, to be able to collaborate with another Heart Hub to demonstrate to more municipalities of how our integration of services is supporting those with mental health addictions and chronic homelessness. The County of Simcoe is working collaboratively with Waypoint, RVH, CMHA Simcoe County Branch, Barrie Area Native Advisory Circle or Mamaway, the Barrie Native Friendship Center, and the Barrie Area Ontario Health Team.
As you can see, the Heart Hub is truly more than just a program or a hub. It's building integrated care pathways across the community, bringing those crucial services together to be able to best support folks when they need it and where they need it. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Katie Drake, again, the manager of the Heart Hub initiative here, to give you a little bit more detail and talk about where we're going from here.
Thank you so much. So as the video highlighted, all of our services that are fully operational, you heard from all the frontline staff members who are able to deliver those services through integrated service referral pathways. We don't have one fixed hub location, so we do operate out of many different locations, but an advantage to that is that we are able to meet people where they're at. So while some of our physical facilities are located in the city of Barrie, we do connect with individuals. Our navigation team does go out to other communities. We are in Midland, Aurelia. We will meet clients on an as-need basis in other areas. We're not just situated in the city of Barrie. So our navigation team does work off of our by names list. They are reaching out and connecting with individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness, addictions, and mental health concerns, and then meeting them, deciding with them what that service looks like, what they need, and where we can connect them. So there's not one specific pathway that is for everyone. It could look very different for anyone who's accessing services. So the best way for us to highlight that is for you to hear from a client who's received services. So for the purpose of our presentation, we are going to call him Edward. So Edward came into service and met with our navigation team. He had experienced homelessness. He had been in and out of our justice system, so in and out of our jails, as well as accessed our emergency department multiple times in the last year. We were able to meet with him. He was very interested in our live-in treatment facility. What that looked like was going to withdrawal management through RVH, then our, at that time, 21-day, now 28-day treatment facility. He graduated from that successfully and then moved into our housing supports post-treatment. So we were able to support him with our supportive housing workers. It only took Edward 2 days to find an apartment to rent from. The landlords were very clear that the advocacy that he had from his supportive housing worker with the Heart Hub helped them to feel confident to rent that apartment to him. He is now housed, has been working, is able to return to work, and has held down employment and has regained custody of one of his kids. So we're very kind of proud of everything that he's been able to do, the team being able to work with them. I just wanted to kind of highlight as well that his story is not unique to any of the participants, but it's also not really how he got into where he was is not really unique to anyone either. It was due to a family breakdown, and then through that snowballed some situations. So it really highlights, one, that it could happen to anybody, and two, it's very much the story of the individuals that we're supporting. And now for our exciting where we're going, we have been operational again for the past year. So we're very happy to see all of our services operational. That included our pre-treatment to bridge the gap between withdrawal management and our live-in treatment facility. That was our kind of last step. So we are now fully operational. Part of that comes with an official name change from the Heart of Simcoe County to Heart Hub Simcoe County. That is to align with all the hubs across Ontario so that we have similar branding. We are very easy to identify as all of the hubs together. We are continuing to strengthen our connections, work with our shelter service providers. Our navigation team continues to integrate into shelters, the library, pharmacies, anywhere that clients might be to be able to continue to meet clients where they're at. We have also been able to expand some services with primary care, being able to help clients get connected to primary care physicians and things like that. And then we are also able to expand our supportive housing piece. So I'm sure I don't need to share with anybody that housing and affordable housing is something that a lot of people are in need of. And we have been able to expand for the heart of Simcoe County, another 13-bed program to be able to continue to support individuals for a 3 to 6 month stay while they look for more permanent housing. So that comes from having been operational for a year and kind of recognizing a need for that, feedback from clients, and just being able to give someone the opportunity to continue to work with our supportive housing staff a little bit more to be able to look to more permanent housing and what that would look like for themselves. So anyone who has graduated from that live-in treatment program has the opportunity to work with our supportive housing staff. And then we will have the opportunity to move 13 of them into a little bit of a longer term stay to be able to continue that work. Thank you so much.
Katie, Amy, excellent work. This is indeed a terrific program that we launched just a short time ago, and it has made a great impact across Simcoe County. And so I just want to thank you very much for all the work that you're doing and your team that brings forward this great service that we're doing here. So well done. Thank you very much. Mina, do you have anything further you want to add before we move on to questions? You're good? All right, let's go to some questions. I see some cards. I hope it's all accolades. I'll start with Paul Van Staveren, who did represent us at a recent Heart Hub event. So thank you, Mr. Van Staveren.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess this is a comment up with an accolade. So Katie and Amy, I had the opportunity, of course, to be there on June 11th to represent the warden and the county at the, I won't call it the opening, but the review of the new facility. And I'll tell you, if you haven't seen it, and it is closed now because of our clients that are in there, it's a wonderful brand new facility that's been renovated. So it was really nice to see. I came back out of there saying, you know, I've talked about the integration of services, but I tell people it's not a babysitting service. This is a service. It's a supportive system. And as the ladies explained today, to understand it or see it in action, it's something amazing. And it's hopefully very much a success story. And when we hear them going to other communities to spread the word, we'll say, it's nice to see that we can do that sort of thing. So thank you very much. It was a great experience to be there, and good luck with your future endeavors. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much. I do have some folks here in the room as well as online. I'll get to them by order. And I did see Councillor Snell first, then Mr. Bell, I believe, and then and then Prost, okay? And then we'll get to everybody else. Snell, please. Thank you, Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Chair, through you. This is such a complex problem. And for decades, municipalities, communities, cities have been trying to find the magic solution. And in a lot of ways, I think we created a system that was so dysfunctional that a person who actually wanted to try to get help would just pinball back and forth between the system. Everybody was there for the right reasons, but nothing was connected. And so I think this model is something so unique and truly transformative for people, because it isn't a hand-holding service, but it is a hand-connected service, which is, so as they're going through services, they're passed to the next service. So there's no gap in that individual having to find the wherewithal to navigate for themselves, stay consistent, be educated, be connected to resources like computers and whatnot for that. So, you know, clearly we're seeing some huge advancements. And I think where we're seeing those results is that oftentimes, you know, we've all probably been touched by addiction and mental health issues. And when a person is going through that experience, they burn through their family and friends. And so they don't have anybody to turn to help them to find these supportive services. So I'm sure your staff have truly become their family. And thank you for that compassion. Where are we at, just as a question, in terms of, I had the honor of going on behalf of the warden a couple months ago back when we were able to travel through the supportive stations to truly understand how the system worked. And at that point, you showed some pretty significant numbers of success. Where do you sit today for council's benefit, please?
Through you, Chair Measures, I'm going to ask Director Marshall to answer that. There is some limitation on what we can share publicly, but she can share some details.
Absolutely. Thank you so much through you, Chair Measures. Excellent question. And while we have great information and stats that we would love to share with you in program outcomes, we are under an embargo with our funder, with the province of Ontario, to be able to share those program level statistics at this point in time. What I will share with you is that we have connected with hundreds of people across the county and connecting them to whatever pathway meets their needs at this moment. And we're going to continue to do that. What I will share is we are very excited once we are able to attain that approval, we will absolutely share those statistics and program level outcomes and evaluation. That's a key focus for us because this is a demonstration project. So we need to be focusing on those numbers. We need to be focusing on the evaluation to ensure that this program remains in our community. So once it's available, again, we'll definitely share that out. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Director. Mr. Bell, then Prost, then Follis. Okay,
yeah, thank you very much through the chair. I mean, this is a great thing, a great program that you've designed. When we were in school, I took this in school. I did spend 6 years in the industry. Continuum of care, that whole spectrum is an important piece. Curious where the referrals coming from. This is easy for us to see because we can look it up on the internet, we can call, we can make appointments. Where are the referrals coming from? Are they coming from the detox? Because even detox now, you have to make an appointment to go there, which is a barrier in my mind for the people that used to use it, right? So tell me a little bit more about that.
Director, please.
Through you, Chair Measures, I'm actually going to pass this on to Katie, who's going to talk a little bit about the navigation team and the connection for services.
Through you, Chair Measures. Thank you so much for the question, Councillor. So we are not a referral in service, so to speak. If you had somebody who was with you and you wanted to connect them, like you said, you can look it up. There's email addresses, but the unique piece about our program is that navigation team, which consists of workers from CMHA, workers from the county, and workers from Mamawe, so our Indigenous partner, go out into the community and are connecting with individuals. They have drop-in times at a couple of our shelters, our libraries, our pharmacies, to be able to connect with individuals and say, this is what we do, this is the services that we have, is that something that would interest you? So people don't even have to find us. We're going out into the community to be present, to be in kind of their space, to be able to say these are the services that we have, so that you don't have to do that navigating. You don't have to know that it exists. We're there to tell you that it exists. We do partner quite closely with withdrawal management as well. So that is Detox. They are able to speak to somebody if somebody calls on their own accord and says, I would like to come into withdrawal management. You are correct, they do have to have an appointment. But the workers there, so the nurse there is able to see the list of individuals who are eligible for our services and immediately accept them into our services as well. So we have space to be able to go into withdrawal management and meet with clients should someone come there first as a first point of contact. There's really no wrong door. So anywhere that they go, they can access services from us. The shelters are quite familiar with us at this point as well. So if anybody is there presenting and says, you know, these are the things that I've been struggling with, this is something that I'm interested in, they know when we're going to be there next. They have a direct contact to all of our workers. Thank you.
Great answer. Thank you.
Absolutely great answer, and it demonstrates the flexibility that this team has. I appreciate that. Okay, Councillor Prost, then it'll be Follis and then McDonald. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, Councillor Bell asked the same question, but I have been through your, what would be yours, but when we were in London, I went through the health hub or the heart hub. It was amazing. It was amazing. And I'm guessing it's the same that you have in Barrie.
I can thank you through Chair Measures. Excellent question. The Heart Hub initiative is actually really unique depending on the community, and that's one of the really interesting and beneficial pieces of the Heart Hub initiative. So essentially, what's needed here in Simcoe County is very different than what's needed in Hamilton or parts of downtown Toronto or parts of London. So you might have accessed the Heart Hub there and seen the services and what that integrative care looks like there. Here, it's going to be really different. We took an approach of not necessarily having a hub-like model, but really brought together those referral pathways and utilizing existing services and facilities that our partners already have, which really helped us to move things really fast and quickly through this process because we used established buildings, established programs, established connections. So that's where it's a little bit different. So the services that they offer there, the intent of them are going to be similar, but what it actually looks like will be locally tailored to the community.
Yes, GM also, please.
Yeah, and really quickly, when we were applying through you, Chair Measures, sorry, when we were applying for the application, we actually presented it as a hub and spoke model. So we had our first system, we wanted to stand up very quickly and be first to act so that we could have the majority of the 3 years demonstrating with strong data its success, and then go back to the province in our written application already, planting the seed for 2 other locations. So we didn't want to limit ourselves to one centralized approach, but actually a system of services across the county rather than just in 1 or 2 locations.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. I'm really glad you guys are in the community because I believe the step-by-step actually helps. And I am glad you're in Midland. Do you connect with the shelter in Midland? Is there reading material around for people?
Through you, Chair. Thank you so much for your question. Yes, so we have handouts that have information on them. Because we are connected with community support and wellbeing and the caseworkers that are attached to our Ontario Works program, they go into the shelter, they are fully informed on kind of our program and what that looks like. Should someone be interested, we then directly connect them with our navigation team.
Great, thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Fallis, then McDonald, then Leduc. Councillor Fallis, please.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to start by saying I really appreciated the report, a lot of detail. I know I've had conversations with several service providers in Aurelia that have made referrals to the Heart Hub in Barrie, so it is certainly a welcome resource on the Aurelia side of things. The one question I guess I had, just to give staff maybe an opportunity to provide some detail, was around the request for $100,000. How will that be used? As I was reading it, it sounded as if the plan is maybe to offset that with provincial funding when it comes in, but just any further detail you could provide would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fallis. GM Fayez-Beguet.
Through you, Chair Measures. So Councillor Fallis, actually, it's a good question. We designed the report to give us an opportunity to backstop what we believe to be an upcoming offset. We're just waiting on we've asked the province for some flexibility in reallocating our investment plan in a way that would address the position that we're asking for in the report. Since the writing of that report, we've already mitigated that number down to about 50,000. So, and that's before we've heard back from the province. So we anticipate that we may not need it, but given the timing of the pilot and going in our second year with our expansion strategy to double the capacity of the program, we're doing this based on just strategically leveraging our own investments, including some of the rent supplements and some other things you heard earlier in the other reports, and really driving it towards getting those participants housed. So yeah, we believe that we'll probably fully mitigate it in the next few months. We're just awaiting provincial response.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Fallis. We're going to go to Councillor McDonald, Leduc, and then Cox.
Thank you, Chair Measures. A lot of my comments have already been shared. So, but I just want to say that where you were was great. This is even better for what I see you going forward. And I think that every one of us here, our communities are affected. And with the growing need, I can't thank you enough from all of us, from our communities, because this is something that we want to see more Edward stories, because I think there's lots of them out there, as you shared, but I think there's a lot more coming. So thank you very much for your team, for everyone that's involved, for all the work that you do for those in need. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, through your chair. Great presentation, great program. I think the program is very similar to what we already have in Bradford. We have what we call WOW Living, and I think it's a full wraparound service. My question is, and I know Councillor Verkuyt can speak greater to this, but he's a board member there with WOW. But we started Community Hub way back. We started way back in 2015 when I got all the services together and said, we need to get together under one roof so we can provide that service, because the biggest issue is if you have somebody looking to get help, the hardest thing is to actually coordinate that. And I think Councillor Snell talked about it, where you're all over the place. If you can get them under one system, it's the best thing for them. My question is, how do we connect these services? We already have a community hub in Bradford. We've been funding that ourselves. Our community's been funding that. We need to see these resources. And the second question would be, do you mean that the acquisition of the property that you acquired in Bradford for another program, how can we use that to help support the whole hub system or the heart system? So how can we connect these together? So we're not duplicating services. We want to make sure that we're taking these dollars and making them work for everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. GM Fayez.
Thank you, Chair Measures, through you. So Councillor Leduc, so just to clarify, the Heart Hub does have unique services in terms of the clinical care and the detox and the withdrawal management and pre-treatment services and the post-treatment services after someone gets housed. It does have a housing component too. But we do rely on our community partners like WOW, like the WOW program in Bradford, as well as other programs that were mentioned, from other comments, the guest house and other shelter programs. Our vision was to create a hub and the centralized program with the healthcare and clinical care happening in one location, in one municipality, and then connect into the other programs and grow them into bedded programs. So really our goal is to find different spokes to this model and create bedded programs in different communities. So possibly after we're done our commitment with the federal government on the property in Loft or somewhere, anywhere in the county, when those properties become available, those spaces become available, we'd be certainly pitching to the province that could be a potential spoke and how we would run it. I do think that numbers matter. I think the success of this program is it's in increments of 12 people at a time. We're trying to expand that capacity, but we have to be careful because we want people to succeed and not to, revert back into the program. So I do think there's a vision for that. Definitely our applications spoke literally to this idea of connecting throughout the whole county. And the real driver of our application was this idea of connection. So I'm confident that once, we get into the pilot's third year, we'll be starting to really push our advocacy on the future of the program.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. And that's what I was hoping to hear, because you talked about a spoke system, and we've got the central hub in Barrie, and you've got a spoke out now in Aurelia and a spoke out in Midland, hoping that we can get something down to the southern portion of the county, because we have the same issues going on with poverty and everything else there. Thanks.
Very good news. That's good. Thank you, Councillor Leduc. We're going to go to Councillor Cox, then Councillor Riepma, and I'd like to call. So go ahead, Judith.
Thank you. Through the chair. Wonderful program. I think it's very excellent, but I'm going to be the person who's going to ask a question. It's all wonderful. It's in the urban areas. What about the rural areas? You've got Township of Tiny, you've got Tay, you've got Ramera, a bit of a rural Minoti even. How and where are these services going to be connected? I understand you're in a situation where you are, but we still have issues in our townships, and we don't have the social services in some cases that is very identifiable, like a shelter, like all those things. And I think that's very hard in communities like mine and other people who are here to try to help identify and find places to help the other people. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Measures.
Yes,
that's an excellent question. I'm going to allow Katie to talk a little bit about our navigation team in more of a rural setting, but I also want to highlight a little bit of our community support and wellbeing department on the other side as well, that is coordinated and connected to the Heart Hub services. So part of our vision with our community support and wellbeing caseworker, so Ontario Works was our previous name, but really providing those social assistance, that's a connection to any service in the community as well as to the Heart Hub. So part of our priorities is ensuring that our caseworkers, because again, we are out in over 40 different locations across across the county, I should say. And one of our priorities is really looking at rural environments over this next year. Where can we go? Where are we able to meet people? Our goal is to meet people where they're at, not having folks come to an office, breaking down those barriers to ensure that people get the services when they need it, where they need it. And that's a key priority for the entire department. So I'm going to let Katie talk a little bit about the navigation team and how that also kind of combines together.
So our navigation team is very similar in the sense that yes, it's easier for us to go to a shelter because we can have a specific day we drop in, but say someone contacted us from Tiny, they let us know that this is something that they're interested in, they could meet them at the Tim Hortons that's in Penetang, they could meet them wherever they needed to, and then be able to speak with them. It does involve relocation to Barrie for the withdrawal management, the treatment piece. But if once they graduate treatment, they say, this is where my community is, this is where I want to return, the housing team will work with them to find housing in their home community.
Thank you very much. And supplemental, there are libraries, unfortunately, or Madani doesn't, but in Ramera, I'm sorry, you utilize libraries, not your fault. Anyway, and there are libraries that I'm sure a lot of people go to, and I know in Severn, we have one in Coldwater, and a lot of people utilize that library. But that's good to know, because even if that information was in the library, a family relative, a family or someone could see that and know where to go for help. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to ask for our Claire Reedman to finish this up here, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair Measures. And it's a great program, and thank you for all the work that you and your teams are doing. I have two questions. One of them is, are there any pinch points in the current system in terms of capacity? And the second one is, again, dealing with capacity, where do we see this going? I know it's a pilot at this point, but do we need to put anything in place now or soon in order to make this program go forward? And I know that we should really thank the province for kicking in $16 million over these years, but do we have to go back to the province for a few dollars here and there too?
I'm afraid you're right. GM, would you like to take a stab at that one? Thank you.
Through you, Chair Measures. For the first question, maybe I'll try to answer a bit of it. In terms of the operation of the program, it does operate at a capacity of the withdrawal management beds we have access to. But there's, I believe 18 withdrawal beds, but we access about 12 at a time. But what we have been working with RVH and by creating an access point, Katie had shared, we've trained the nurses there that they can refer the list that we work off of for those experiencing homelessness. And if they come across someone that happens to have walked in, then they get added into the bed. So there's a way to ensure that the maximization of those beds are constantly happening. The opening of pre-treatment, which happened a couple of weeks ago, is also a big step, because as people go through withdrawal management, the variable there is it's not necessarily everyone's the same. Some might need a couple of days, some might need a couple of weeks. Those who finish early now have a place to stay while they await for treatment, the treatment cohort every 28 days to refresh with a new group. So we are limited to the capacity of the beds in each of those three steps, withdrawal management, pre-treatment, and in treatment. But then what we did is we back-ended and opened up, and that's what this report is about, the capacity on that interim housing stage where people are working on final housing outcomes. So we've doubled the capacity there. So as still people come out, there's a steady flow and still enough space that you don't get backed up and you're declining people at the withdrawal management state. In terms of the second question in funding, so if you've heard a little bit here, we've tried to strategically leverage our own already funded services. So our community support and well-being teams that support the Ontario Works program, who are often common clients on that by names list, we're supporting them anyway. So the idea is, with or without the funding, we'd continue to try to support and refer them to the program. When we began the application process, we knew it was going to be tough to get this. So we had that whole group of all the partners commit to trying to continue even without funding. We were lucky to get funding, but I think that commitment is still there. We've invested in the capital, the state of repair, and the other strategic alignment we've done. We've invested our own rent supplements to the program. So we still can create affordability, and the affordability doesn't end with the program. So we are advocating for constantly for more funding from the province, including because we were first to open, first to serve, first to have people housed. We are pushing the province on those who are underutilizing their funds and presenting that hub and spoke model, saying we're ready to expand. And we're already set up to do it. So that's been the strategy, and we'll hope to continue that advocacy and see where it takes us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'd like to just acknowledge and thank Amy and Katie for your presentation today. And again, as I said earlier, the great work that you and your team are doing. This has been a tremendous project, and we're very, very grateful for your professional input and making it obviously a success in our community. So well done. Keep up the great work. And I'm sure that His Worship and the CAO are quite pleased that, our community of Simcoe was able to launch this program and set such a good standard of how it's supposed to be done. So well done. Thank you. GM Fate. GM, is there anything else you'd like to add? Or okay, we're going to move on to the actual recommendation, which is pretty straightforward. Perhaps I'll ask Councillor Prost. Would you like to move that? Councillor Follis, would you like to second that? Thank you. That the item CCW 2026-174 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding the Homelessness and Addictions Recovery Treatment Hub Demonstration Project update be received. And that the County Council approve the staff drawing $100,000 from the Social Services Reserve to fund a temporary full-time equivalent position for up to 12 months or until the funding request is approved by the province and or the federal government. Anything further? Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question before I call it? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Chair, just for clarification through the GM, did you mention that only 50,000 was needed at this point, that you had secured another separate 50,000? Should we alter that motion?
GM?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Measures, I think it's up to 100,000. It is like a mitigation of 50,000. So just in case the province doesn't come through, I would probably prefer it to be up to 100,000, and then we'll come back with a report on how much we actually needed.
Thank you, Councillor Snell. Good catch and well done. I will call it again. Those in favor? And that carries. Thank you so much. Okay. We do have at least 4 other reports in this section, so let's keep moving forward. We're going to move to our Long-Term Care Committee of Management. We have the 2025-2026 Annual Reconciliation Report for the community programs. GM Sinclair is available for any questions. GM Sinclair, do you have anything you want to add at this time?
Through you, Mr. Chair. This is a standard reconciliation report we're asking the warden to execute on behalf of council. We received $7.2 million in funding from the Ministry of Health for our 5 community programs, as well as flow-through funding to social and community services for the Heart Hub. There's a requirement to have the financials audited. The audit was completed with no substantial or significant adjustments required. There is a recovery back to the province portion to the Heart Hub, which is related to a timing issue, and another portion related to gapping of one of our community programs, the Digital Health Coordinator.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing no questions, Councillor Lavoie, would you move this? Thank you. Councillor Norris, would you second it? Thank you very much. The motion is that CCW 2026-201, dated June 23rd, 2026, regarding the 2025-2026 Annual Reconciliation Report for Community Programs be received, and that the Warden and County Clerk execute the 2025-2026 Annual Reconciliation Report for the Corporation of the County of Simcoe Community Programs as required by the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement, substantially in the form attached as Schedule 1 to item CCW 2026-201. Nothing further? All those in favor? It carries. Thank you so much. All right. We do have a Simcoe Village Campus Sustainability Design features. GM Sinclair, how's things going at the Simcoe Village Campus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This next report was completed by our director, Don Hipwell. It's regarding our leadership in energy and environmental design for the Simcoe Village project, and it came out of discussions and requests for more information from council during our February report and presentation. Ms. Hipwell has outlined the various aspects of our LEADS initiatives with the Simcoe Village campus project. In summary, the 4 large largest buildings. So that is the long-term care home, the Village Campus Center, and the 2 towers. So the 1 tower is a 6th-floor facility with supportive and affordable housing. The 2nd tower is 5 levels with retirement living, life lease, and market rentals. Those 4 components will be certified as LEEDs Silver, as outlined in the report. And we took additional initiatives to provide LEEDs-like activities in our phase 2, or our garden homes, our townhomes, and our co-housing. So the report goes into detail to identify the various aspects, everything from methods that are being applied during the construction itself, right through to the operation of both the buildings and the grounds once it's up and running. I think just for council's benefit, the actual LEEDs initiatives equate to about 1.5% of the entire hard construction costs, which is $3.7 million, with a payback period very similar to when we did LEED Silver at Georgian Village, between 7 and 10 years payback period. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Sinclair. Are there any questions regarding the report about the design features for Simcoe? Yes, Councillor Walters.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to sit in this council. I don't get often a chance to do that because Mayor Dolan is so dedicated to being here. So I do appreciate the opportunity to have a comment. And when you're asked at 6 o'clock at night to come forward and read the agenda we had last night, it was quite the challenge. So it was nice to be able to read something that I have some specialty in and able to comment and also ask a request. And so that's around sustainability. Before I retired 12 years ago, I was sustainability specialist with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, where I sat on design teams for 2 LEED Platinum institutional buildings plus 2 LEED Platinum residential buildings. So I'm quite familiar with LEED and the requirements. So I was really quite pleased to see that the county has 10 buildings which are LEED certified, and that you're continuing with LEED-like, which, you know, after you've done 10 LEED buildings, LEED-like at least eliminates the costs of LEED design. I also read that you have quite an aggressive agenda around climate change and GHG emissions. And although LEED is a wonderful certification tool, it does have design constraints around energy. And since GHGs is related to energy use, my request is that maybe that after you've built up the skill sets around LEED, you've got staff, they understand that really quite well, that maybe around the energy piece, if you want to reach those aggressive targets around 2030 and 2050, you might want to consider a different tool, and that's Passive House. Passive House is a design tool, a software program, a certification program that is second to none in the world, where you can really push the GHG reductions around the envelope of the building and not so much just adding a whole bunch of solar on it to meet those targets. There are probably close to 4 or 5 buildings in Simcoe County right now that are passive. My house is one of them, so I'm quite familiar with that. So I would request that the staff look at the opportunity using Passive House standards and certification around future buildings, at least giving the opportunity for staff to at least be certified. I know when I became councillor in Innisfil, we had 1 person certified under Passive House, just in case that opportunity came along. So my request is, great to see that you've used LEED, that maybe we step it up in order to reach those aggressive targets that we've talked about. So anyways, thank you very much for the opportunity, and hopefully down the road we'll be able to see some movement around Passive House certification. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. Perhaps Ms. Sinclair, you could take that information to heart and see if we can integrate that or investigate that to see if that's a policy. Ms. Sinclair, do you have any comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll take that back for consideration. We appreciate those comments very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to move the motion as it is, and I don't want to put any more work on staff at this time if it's not something we're going to pursue. So taking the steps forward that we have here, I think is great, but I don't want that to be part of what we're doing right now. My opinion, my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was offering it as only information for consideration in the future, but thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions to the design question that's been on the floor? All right, nothing there. Can I look for a mover and seconder? Perhaps Councillor Riepma and Councillor Laux. Thank you very much. This is that item CCW 2026-121, dated June 23rd, 2026, regarding the Simcoe Village Campus Sustainability Design Features be received. Nothing further. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Now more on Simcoe Village Campus. This is a project update with some very good information in here. GM Sinclair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've prepared just a very high-level summary. This is a very detailed report, has a number of aspects, so I'll cover off 6 highlights within the report. First of all, we were advised from the Ministry of Long-Term Care in a transition piece for capital project management. It is actually moving effective in March of this year. We were advised it's transitioning from the Ministry of Long-Term Care to the Ministry of Infrastructure. In terms of construction progress, looking at phase 1, again, those are the 4 large buildings. It ranges, the level of construction progress ranges, as in outlined in the report, between 47 and 82%. We are looking at occupancy handover, so not actually occupying with residents, but handover from the construction team to staff for 3 of those 4 components in the phase 1, effective October of this year. So that's the long-term care home, the village center, and I'll call it Tower 1, so that's the affordable supportive housing facility, and then Tower 2, which is the last piece of phase 1, which is the retirement living, life lease, and market rentals, looking at passing that over to staff as of April 2027. Phase 2, we're on target right now. The tendering process has been completed. We're just awaiting the building permit issuances, and then we will award the contracts and proceed to start with the development of those components. And just as a reminder, that's the garden homes, the townhomes, and the co-housing or the lodge. Phase 3, we're still on schedule for mid-2027. That is the actual demolition of the existing facilities of long-term care, supportive housing, and the adult day program, the existing site. In terms of the project schedule, the next piece, we are still at this point looking at the long-term care home, the village, Tower 1, being operational, so occupied at the end of Q1 in 2027. As per schedule. And the second tower, so that's the life lease, retirement living, market rentals, moving forward at the end of Q2 2027. However, I will note we had a recent update as of June 12th. We are having some additional work and investigation around some of the utilities. So natural gas in particular. There is some work undergoing right now to determine the actual sizing and needs of some of the specifications associated with this. So at this point in time, we are still proceeding with the schedule that I've just outlined. However, did want to note this is a risk area for County Council. This may change, moving the 3 components scheduled to open the end of the first quarter of 2027 may, in fact, have to move to the second quarter of 2027. We'll certainly keep council updated on that matter. We also included just a small component about the cost for the residential facilities. We were requested to bring back that information during our February presentation. And so that's outlined in a table. For Tower 1, again, affordable and supportive, it's our current costing is $469 per square foot. And our costing for the Tower 2, which is the life lease, market rentals, and retirement living, is $484 per square foot. The next section is the construction budget. And I'll spend a little bit more time just to recap. There's a lot of detail in this report. And so to recap, during our February presentation and report, we identified $12.85 million in overages from the baseline $353 million budget. At that time, we had identified the various overages, but wanted to continue to monitor before we could confirm absolutely they will be over and above the budget. And just to recap, those were 5 areas design updates. So you recall, we sought approval to make some design changes for the retirement living and the co-housing facility, and also a covered parking area. Phase 1 tender results, we identified that they were coming in over less than we originally anticipated, but as a result, there were 1.9 million in overage. Infrastructure work, so that's those municipal requirements around the water main upgrade, the stormwater bypass, and the turning lane for 4.8 million. Schedule-related overage of 1.5. You recall that we did move initially, we were looking at occupancy in the last quarter of 2026. We did move it to first quarter of 2027. And then phase 2 escalation because of the delays in the amount of 3.3, and that's for phase 2. So that's the garden homes, the townhomes, and the co-housing. So then with this report, so we are confirming all of those costs are fixed costs. They are part of our base budget. The second component is we've also identified since the February report an additional 4.2 million. And again, those are detailed throughout the report, but just to very quickly recap, the one area is related to infrastructure, site-related work. So it has to do with the electrical load and developing a centralized connection for those solar panels. And also some fill removal. So each of those being approximately 400,000. A change activity, so change orders in the amount of 1.4 million. Weather-related, we've had a lot of discussion over this project about weather-related, some of the surprises we've had, particularly in the south. That equates to approximately 3.3 million. And scheduled delays, an additional scheduled delay where we, since our February presentation, some of the components have moved from May to July, which is about approximately 200,000. And then the last piece is our recommendations for additional staffing to bring in early to help manage and prepare for the occupancy, which I'm going to speak to as the very last point. So that's a very high level summary, 12.85 plus 4.2. It's an additional 17 million. In the report, we are recommending council consider changing or updating the base budget from 353 to 370.1 million to reflect now the known and confirmed costs for the project. And the last piece that I'll very quickly touch on is the move planning piece. So we are recommending to bring in 2 full-time maintenance staff that are proposed in the new operational budget once the expanded campus opens. We're recommending we bring them in for the last quarter of 2026. It is a very, very complex campus. Boilers, chillers, we have equipment, supplies that are being delivered. We need setting up PM, training, education, et cetera. We feel it'd be prudent to recruit those 2 new maintenance FTEs now, bring them in for the last 3 months so they can help with that startup function and training. And the other recommendation is to leverage some expertise from our corporate facilities and maintenance department to bring in an engineer from the existing staff to second for up to a year, bringing them in mid-year of this year to really help manage all the commissioning of all the equipment, et cetera, that I mentioned, and really support a smooth transition to occupancy next year. So I'll stop there. That's very high level, but hopefully it was helpful.
You bet. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Leduc is up first. Is there others? Councillor Leduc, please go right ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment. Thank you, Jane, for the great report. It has been a difficult project with the weather. Even in Bradford, we were over budget because of undue weather in the winter. So it makes construction projects very difficult to keep on schedule. So I fully understand the overruns for some of that. The other one is the 2 permanent maintenance people. I do absolutely understand that. We need them there for commissioning and for being involved in that construction project because they get to learn a lot of things about the building, which will become secrets after if we let them close the building up without knowing where things are. So certainly support this. You know, it's difficult. It's a great project. It's big. It's a large project, one of the largest I think the county's done. So to me, this is difficult, but we do have to increase that budget to give us some room to maintain future tenders. So I'm fully in support of the project and the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cox, are there others?
Yeah, through the
Please,
chair
go right
to
ahead,
Jane.
Judith.
I was just wondering about the fundraising. It says that the consultant has concluded and will continue to do that. So I didn't know if there were plans or where we were going with that. Thank you.
Jane?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. The consultant firm that we had recruited to support did some initial work for us, did some development of websites, some collateral materials, et cetera, et cetera. However, we reached a certain point in the project where we weren't really seeing the benefits and secured donations or funding as a result. And so we've been meeting on this point for quite some time and determined that the most prudent use of county resources would be to bring it internally and continue with the fundraising with our own staff and our team through Simcoe, Service Simcoe, et cetera. So we have determined that that's the most prudent way forward at this point.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure that everybody would agree that all the municipalities are behind you with any endeavors they take for fundraising. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Other questions? All right. Seeing none. Councillor Leduc, will you move this motion? Perhaps Councillor Norcross, the seconder. Thank you very much. That item CCW 2026-175 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding Simcoe Village Campus project update be received. And that the staff be authorized to proceed with the 2 additional maintenance staff planned for the 2027 campus operations 3 months early to support facility preparation and startup requirements as outlined in item CCW 2026-175. That staff be authorized to hire 1 temporary oversight staff position in the Facilities Maintenance and Development Department for up to 1 year to facilitate a smooth transition for technical building requirements associated with the campus occupancy, and that the project budget be increased by 4.83% from $353 million to $370.1 million to incorporate additional costs as generally outlined within item CCW 2026-175. Anything further? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. Your Worship, I would like to just acknowledge that we've now run full time and into extra time. And so I think we have not had a hydration break. Would I be able to call for a hydration break in this game?
How about 11:05?
Thank you, sir.
Back to you, Chair Measures.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed your hydration break, and we will return to the festivities here. We're going to move on to item 27, which actually is our other matters for consideration. We do have a very important report that we're going to hear from GM Sinclair. So I'd like to ask GM Sinclair to introduce the representatives that are here to talk to us regarding the Hospital Alliance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning again, everyone. I'm very pleased to introduce our presenter this morning, Babak Agdoi, who's the partner from Ernst & Young LLP. And just before I turn the podium over, I just give some context to this presentation. About a year ago, through council direction, we appointed Ernst & Young, I always want to say Ernst & Young, to complete a review of long-term capital planning for hospital partners. The county, of course, has been a long-time supporter of our local hospitals, and we've been hearing of late the increased pressures associated with increased capital costs for our hospital partners. So we brought in Ernst & Young to look at twofold, really, to look at identifying any opportunities for increased efficiencies or increased effectiveness of funding and planning for long-term funding for our capital hospital needs, and also to identify any potential opportunities to advocate to the province for improvements to the provincial funding program. And so Mr. Agdoi is going to go over the review process that has occurred over this past year and discuss the recommendations. And there are 6 recommendations that they have brought forward for Council's consideration for the existing policy. And there are 5 additional recommendations from this review process for advocacy to the province. So with that, I'll turn the podium over. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, GM Sinclair. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be out of the hydration break. So as GM Sinclair mentioned, we did this study over the past year or so. I'll walk you very briefly through what we did in the study, which was in 4 steps. We looked at the current state of the funding that's being provided by the Simcoe County to the Hospital Alliance. We did a jurisdictional scan on what are the leading practices for funding healthcare projects in Canada and abroad. We validated some of the findings with the stakeholder engagements. I'll walk you through the groups of stakeholders that we interviewed, and we came to a set of recommendations. As Jim Sinclair mentioned, there are 2 categories of recommendations. There are a set of 6 that is within the control of the county, which is related to the funding policy itself. And there are a set of other recommendations that is outside of the funding policy that goes to how the ministry and the province are managing funding of healthcare projects across Ontario. So I'll walk you through those separately, I think, in a minute. I won't spend too much time on this. There was a report, I believe you are up to date and aware of the state of the funding that's being provided by the county. I would draw your attention to a couple of things in this slide. One thing is that the level of funding provided is $3 million per year, and this funding has been in place since 2006. So this scale is important because I'll walk through in the next slides what is really the capital needs in the healthcare sector these days. That's in order of billions of dollars, and this $3 million is a small portion of that funding that the county is providing. But the point of the funding, I believe, is more around fostering collaboration among the hospitals and healthcare facilities that are operating within the boundaries of the county. You see the objective of the funding on top of that is around collaboration. So bringing the hospitals to a table so that they can share information and make joint decisions. That's key. You see this collaborative theme across different parts of this report, as I'll walk you through. So I'll just draw your attention to that. And the other thing is around the requirements for provision of the funding. This policy is aligned with the Ministry of Health requirement. There is a final estimate of cost or FEC that the ministry is requiring. Your policy is aligned into that policy in terms of requesting the FEC and providing the funding to the hospitals. We have further recommendations on improving this, but overall, there is an alignment between the provincial policy and what's happening in the county. Great. So as I mentioned, the first step after doing the current state assessment was speaking with the stakeholders that are involved in the project. And there were 4 sets of stakeholders that we contacted. Firstly, we contacted the administration, senior administration and councillors at the county level. We spoke with the alliance members, most of the CEOs or the representatives from the hospitals participating in the policy. And we spoke with the Ministry of Health, MOH, and Ontario Health or OH. There were probably 5 themes that we discovered out of these stakeholder engagements. The first one was around the level of funding. As I just touched on that, the current policy is $3 million a year. So some hospitals recommended increasing this level of funding. And the reason for that is, firstly, the pressures and the escalations and inflations that happened in the past 20 years. And secondly, around the scale of the investment that's needed in the healthcare sector, as I just talked about. The second recommendation was amending the policy so that the eligibility requirement for participation in the program changes a bit. Currently, this policy allows for all of the healthcare facilities that provide 20% of inpatient and day surgery services to apply for the funding. What we heard in the interviews, mainly from the hospitals, was that this can be tweaked by increasing it more than 20%. And the logic for that from the perspective of the hospitals is, can local hospitals receive more funding so that they can scale up and they take over the services that are being provided by other facilities that could be outside of the county? So this was a request coming from some of the member hospitals. The third one was around the funding, and I elaborate on that a bit here. These projects, healthcare projects these days, are in order of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. And there are some pressures on a couple of components of that. The construction portion has increased a lot. There are specifically 2 pieces of the funding that are challenging for the hospitals. Those are the fixture and equipment, furniture, fixture and equipment, and the IT costs. IT or ICAT has not been part of the funding historically, but as the new hospitals are very advanced in terms of connecting the equipment and pieces of information together, the cost of IT has increased. So hospitals are raising the pressure on funding IT costs that is currently not done by the ministry, and also the FF&E costs that, as I mentioned, is outside of the ministry's policy. We took back these comments and spoke with the Ministry of Health about them. MOH is currently reviewing the IT costs. They are developing new guidelines for funding the projects, and IT is a big component of that. We are considering it as a major component and will include it in the next round of the guideline that's being published. We don't know the timeline, but they indicated that it's going to be enrolled in the near future. And around FF&E, the ministry's comment was that FF&E is something that's being covered through operating phases of the project. So still the hospitals do the capital investment, but they can recover it through post-opening operating funding that is in place. The other 2 themes that we heard was around collaboration. As I said, I'll get back to this point quite a lot. we heard from interviews with the administration that collaboration probably is not as intended at the level that this policy wanted it to be. So there is room for improving the collaboration and discussions among the hospitals. When we took this feedback and spoke with the hospitals are raising the fact that it is not a requirement of the policy for them to do this kind of collaborating activities. And MOH confirmed that the model in Ontario, as I'll get back to that in a minute, is an individually planned capital for healthcare facilities. So MOH has overall policy, but then it leaves it to the individual hospitals to come up with the plans on how they want to do it. There has been a table in local health networks or LINs before. That table has been eliminated. That has been transferred to Ontario Health. But Ontario Health, as we heard, is not proactively working with the hospitals to come up with the plans. So from a high level, from a provincial perspective, this collaboration is not being proactively followed by the local hospitals, and local hospitals do not speak with themselves on how they want to plan. And this raises a big gap there on, can the costs be reduced by collaborating and sharing information between the hospitals? Are there services that are duplicative? Are there services that are not needed for a local area and the hospital is following that? So all of these questions is showing there is a gap. At the highest level of the provincial planning, things are being strategized. At the lowest level, local individual hospitals are doing it. But this middle layer of collaboration is missing. And that was validated in all of the discussions that we had. And the last one is around the site location and the needs assessment. This goes with the collaboration. Hospitals make a decision on site selection on their own. And there is no requirement from Ontario Health or Ministry or even the municipalities to input into that process. Most of the time, they make a decision and they just inform everyone else. And that level of sharing of information is completely broken. So again, this is a gap that we identified: site selection, needs assessment, all of the clinical needs that should be done are currently at a very base level and not at the consolidated level. With that, we did a little bit of a jurisdictional scan, and we looked at other places in Canada and abroad. In Canada, we looked at other provinces, Alberta and BC mostly. And abroad, we looked at some jurisdictions who do the planning more successfully. If you look at some of the countries in the Scandinavian area, Germany, Denmark, Sweden. And if you look at Australia and New Zealand, they are running the systems pretty efficiently. So doing this research, we went back to the themes of how the projects are funded, how the collaboration is happening. And in the next one, I'll talk about how the needs assessment are being done. So funding is pretty consistent across all of the jurisdictions. Ontario is probably a bit different. The province provides funding, but it requests a local share to be funded by the project, by the hospitals themselves. This local share has become a big component of the funding as the hospitals shared with us. They mentioned that it could go up to 30% of the costs. And if you imagine a $1 billion project, this is something like $300 million that local hospitals have to raise. So a significant portion. This is different compared to other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions have the combination of funding, but they do not leave it to individual hospitals to do that. There are usually authorities or regions that add to the national level of funding. So again, Ontario is a bit different in that sense. When it goes to collaboration and regional planning, again, Ontario, as I just talked about in the previous one, is very different to the other jurisdictions. You look at Alberta, BC, Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, all of them have a combination of review between the national central level and the local regional level. The applications go there. Either they collaborate with each other, or there are panels that are formed, and those panels review the applications as a whole. The model is more or less everywhere a portfolio planning model, not an individual planning model. So again, Ontario is a bit different on that sense. And then the last one around needs assessment. Again, the theme of collaboration comes here again. Needs at those other jurisdictions are assessed at a high level. Like, as I said, the portfolio level need, not the individual level need. And you see that everywhere. Alberta, BC, and all of the other jurisdictions abroad have this regional level that collaborate in terms of understanding what the local residents need and then planning for delivery of that. So I would just wrap this up. As I touched on it, Ontario is pretty different. It's pretty unique. Everywhere else that we looked at, the funding and the needs assessment and the planning has been done collaboratively. And there is a layer that pieces individual hospitals together. Ontario is different in the sense that Ministry of Health leaves it to the individual hospitals completely. And they just review the application as a standalone application, which in our mind is not the most efficient way of planning. I will give you these case studies as well, because this issue has been around for a long time. The model of funding capital projects in healthcare in Ontario has not changed in the past probably 30 years. But there are pockets of collaborating networks or forced collaboration in some areas that has been observed in the province. The University Health Network is the first example of that. They came together in late 80s and 1990s. That has been a very successful model for delivering care in Toronto area. The province mandated amalgamation in Niagara region. So that was done in late 1990s as well. There are other examples of that. More recently, in the Waterloo region, 2 of the hospitals decided to do it voluntarily. And it's not on this slide, but Halton Healthcare, for example, is another model of that in the Halton area, they own 3 or 4 hospitals and they do the planning at the regional level. All of this shows the benefits of having networks and collaboration among hospitals. It's either voluntary through the hospitals making the decision or forced by the province. I'm giving this example because as we go through the advocacy part of the recommendation, we think there is an opportunity here with the province of Ontario to have the discussion and maybe go through this kind of amalgamation at some point in Simcoe County. With that, I'll wrap it up. These are the set of recommendations. As I mentioned, there are 6 recommendations and 5 advocacy activities that we came up with. I'll walk you through that, but this is pretty high level. I'll pause and we can have the discussion around it. But the 6 recommendations are, firstly, this policy that you have in this place is around collaboration. So we recommend to reinforce it by amending the policy so that it's written there that the applications should come collaboratively. There should be discussions among hospitals when they do the planning, and then they come with the evidence of that discussion to you for the request of funding. The other one is around the, as I mentioned, currently the policy provides funding to every hospital that has a minimum of 20% service in the region. We are recommending to revise that and review that. You may want to increase it to a higher level. You may want to increase it to 100%. So only the hospitals that are within the geography, or a higher portion of services that are being provided. And that provides opportunity for the smaller ones to receive the funding and scale up. We think the economic benefits of that is justifying some of these recommendations. The third one is around, again, revising the policy. One of the issues that we heard from the Ministry of Health was that one of the reasons that the costs of healthcare facilities are increasing so much is that hospitals in their application have a lot of non-clinical spaces baked into the application for construction. So as I mentioned, hospitals see that 30% of their cost should be locally sourced, but the ministry doesn't see it that way. The ministry says most of these costs are ineligible from our perspective because you're building ineligible spaces for offices and the doctor rooms and stuff like that. If you exclude that, if you build it somewhere else, you can make it more efficiently at less cost. So we are recommending that you align with the Ministry of Health's recommendation on that. So when you receive the application, you look at eligible versus non-eligible areas, not just the overall request that comes from the hospitals. The fourth one is around community health. So again, empowering local healthcare providers to provide services. And by doing that, you would need to define KPIs and then bake KPIs and information from that into the application and the funding request. The fifth one is around collaboration with Ontario Health. As I mentioned, Ontario Health is not proactively involved in the planning and the work of clinical service design. The county can share more information with them. You have, what we understand is that you have more detailed information at your disposal that Ontario Health doesn't have access to that. So we're recommending that you provide proactively this information to Ontario Health so that they can make better use of that information. And the last one is the increase in funding, as I just talked about. There is a potential there to increase it. I'll give you 2 data points. In the past 20 years, if you look at the General Consumer Price Index, the CPI has increased by 52% since 2006. If you look at the construction sector alone, the construction or building CPI has increased by 110%. So having these 2 data points is showing that the 3 million probably needs to be revised, as it was said 2 decades ago. And then the last one is around the advocacy part. So all of those 6 recommendations that I talked about were around modification and amendment to the policy, everything that you can do to go back to the objective of more collaboration. These are a set of 5 that we believe you can follow up with the Ministry of Health and province for, again, making that gap that I talked about in planning less of an issue. The first one is around considering amalgamation. So actually, province proactively coming and looking whether there is a case here. So basically forcing the amalgamation similar to what happened in the Niagara region. That's one recommendation. The second one is for the ministry to accelerate whatever they are doing in funding IT costs for the project. They mentioned that it will be released, but we don't know the timeline. So you can proactively follow up with the ministry on that. The third one is a shift towards more regional collaboration. As I mentioned, the current policy is the ministry has a strategy, individual hospitals respond to that. And the capital planning guideline does not have any provision of this middle layer of information sharing and collaboration. So we recommend you to request the ministry to bake these things into the policy that they have. The fourth one is around requesting information around it. So in a similar way that we recommend you request hospitals to share information with you, the ministry should do the same in asking the hospitals to work with each other more proactively. And the last one is around use of analytical tools. Again, I know it's an initiative that this county has, and we advocate it in all other infrastructure builds, particularly healthcare. Is currently technology is there to plan and to simulate and to understand where the pockets of demand are in future. But that is not being used in the healthcare sector proactively. So can the ministry have this policy of doing simulation and requesting the information and scenario planning future of healthcare instead of the current model that is being done? What we heard from the hospitals is that from the time that they make a decision on making an investment to the time that it's approved, it takes up to 8 years. So the question is, can we really understand today what is needed 8 years down the road and add to that the construction period and so on and so forth? So it can easily get over a decade from the time of planning to the time of opening a facility. And without the tools and the analysis, this decade is basically renders a facility not effective 10 years down the road. So we advocate for using more informed decision-making and shortening of the process from the ministry side. With that, I'll pause. I'll pass back to GM Sinclair and any questions.
Thank you very much. Happy to respond to any questions at this point.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting opportunities that have been presented. If there are questions from the floor, could you please acknowledge? Okay, Mr. Leduc, and then go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Babek. I just need to find out where the recommendation came to not fund hospitals within the geographical area. And I'm specifically speaking to South Lake. They're not in our geographical area, but they actually provide a very important service to a lot of the residents of Simcoe County. They deliver cardiac care at a level 7, and RVH delivers it at level 4. So there's quite a difference in the cardiac care, and a lot of our residents from Simcoe County end up at South Lake for that cardiac program because RVH can do stints. South Lake is going to eventually move to a level 8, which they're moving to now, and that'll be everything but a heart transplant. So to me, that's a service that many residents in our community many residents in Simcoe County is going to use. When I look, we have 2 really major hospitals as far as I'm concerned, South Lake and RVH. The others are important hospitals, Stevenson Memorial, we all use them. Our residents need all these locations, but I can tell you that it's very difficult for me to sit here and say to the southern portion of the county that we're not going to help support South Lake, even though they provide major services to many residents. I mean, my daughter had twins. They had identical twins. She was in Mount Sinai for 37 weeks. We use hospitals all around Ontario. Specific hospitals, different hospitals provide different services. We use Sick Kids. Sick Kids is the main hospital for kids programs throughout Ontario. For us to sit here and put a message out there that we're going to do a marketing share plan in a sense that we're going to only market within our own border doesn't make sense to me. Healthcare is a provincial issue. I fully support some of the recommendations in there, but I have real trouble with recommendation number 2, and I'd have to amend the recommendations on the floor to exclude recommendation 2 because I really believe it's a message that I don't want to send to people in Simcoe County. South Lake does provide cancer care and cardiac care, specializing in both. RVH specializes in cancer care also. So for us to sit here and say that we can't support hospitals outside of our geographical area when I have lots of stats here that prove that many residents in Simcoe County use South Lake, and I can bring those stats to the table after, but I really need to understand that we need to move recommendation 2 out because the alliance, when it was formed, and I think you picked up on it, collaboration, working together. And I can tell you, not every hospital can provide the same services. That's not what we want to do. We want to specialize in areas. And I think this alliance of 7 hospitals in our communities in our Simcoe region can help that by working together to ensure that certain hospitals can pick up other services that we require. So a patient can go from one area of the southern portion of the county, maybe up to Collingwood General for a specialized service there, not duplicated with the other hospitals. So I know it's outside the geographical area, but it actually has a large portion of residents that Simcoe County residents that use that hospital. It's an important aspect. So to me, definitely number 2 recommendation has to come out. I can't sit here and support that because it's important that we show that we want to collaborate. We want to have that collective work together. I absolutely agree with the information technology that has to be included into the planning process. There's a lot of things in this report that are excellent that we need to advocate for. The province has allocated, there's 52 billion or 59 billion to new hospitals, and we're all fighting for that funding throughout Ontario. That doesn't go a long way. Just recently, we went through an exercise in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, about acquiring a South Lake building, their second location. That was a $2.5 billion exercise. That's improvements to Davis Drive and then a second location. We knew we knew from looking at that, we were going to be on the hook for around 650 million because that's our share. That'd be our regional share. So York Region would have to contribute to that. We would have, if it landed in our community, we knew we had to come up with $250 million out of our community. So it's tough. It's difficult. There's a lot of funding that has to come from the area, but I really truly believe that we cannot disregard South Lake as part of our core servicing for hospitals through Simcoe County. This is a very important hospital, and I just can't support the recommendations as it is right now. So I will put an amendment on the floor to remove recommendation 2 when we get to that point. But just need to speak to that because that was very concerning when I seen that. I read the report and it talks about members suggesting that we remove hospitals outside the geographical area. I have spoke with Dr. Woods, the CEO of South Lake, and he mentioned to me that he had no idea about that. So I don't know if that came just from the chair of the alliance. Was that an alliance recommendation back to, like, was that a complete unanimous recommendation? Because I think that when I talked to Dr. Woods about this, he was flabbergasted. That was part of what we were talking about. The $3 million that we put in as a group is to support some of the opportunities for hospitals to bring certain services outside of what the province supports. I can tell you some of the funds that we've provided over the last few years. An MRI unit was built at South Lake with some county dollars, not a lot of them, but a little bit of money went into that MRI unit. They built 12 units for mental health care that had some county funding into that. So the alliance, in my mind, works. I think it's a great thing, and I think we need to be a lot more collaborative, and I think they have to definitely plan a lot better. There's a lot of areas of this report that we can certainly pick on, but I have to ask this House to please support removing recommendation 2 because I think it sends a wrong message to the southern portion of our county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Leduc. Mr. Leduc, if you would, I will go to at least 5 more speakers who have already indicated they want to speak, and then I can come back to your amendment if that's okay with you. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Councillor Evans, then Anderson, then Follis, then Verkuyk, and then Rawson. Please go right ahead, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Babak and to Jane. Thanks very much for the presentation. Really interesting. Yeah, I think that you made a point just to Councillor Leduc's points, and you made a comment in there about essential and non-essential services. And I'm certainly not in favor, in my mind, a hospital essential services making people feel better. And I don't think any of us would sit here today and say that we would want to impact that negatively in any possible way. I am very interested, though, in your non-essential, or not non-essential, but under the classifications under the current provincial government and what's essential and non-essential. 2 questions. First of all, I know this consolidation has taken place. Chair just mentioned Grey County. I know where I'm from in Mississauga. It went through Trillium, and some of the roadmaps that are history that has been done in this already. We're not the first one to do that. Just first of all, if you have any comments in terms of our framework or our plan and how it relates or compares to other successful operations in Ontario. And then the second question, if I could, if you want to answer both at the same time, is great, is what is the appetite for change within the Alliance in Simcoe County? Are they open to this? Is this something that I'd like to say that, you know, in general comments, I know $3 million seems like a lot of money, and in your discussions, obviously, it's not a huge amount of money. What is our chances of success of being an initiator, a catalyst for these changes, and the opportunities for us to make what I think is very substantial but needed change to capture those synergies? How successful do you think we'll be?
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Through the chair. 2 questions, Chair Evans. The first one around how successful your policies compared to others. I'm very familiar with the model that Halton Healthcare is running in the Halton area. They have 3 hospitals, the Oakfield, Trafalgar Memorial, Milton, and Georgetown. Your policy is very similar to that in terms of requiring hospitals to work together. What is the difference? And this is part of the recommendation we have here, is that you don't go as far as formalizing it and mandating it so that they work together. In your framework, it's more like a voluntary model. The objective and the intent is same, but the voluntary basis of that leaves the discretion to the local hospitals to do that. And local hospitals, with everything that they do, they are there to serve their own corporation. Hospitals in Ontario are standalone corporations. So for a hospital, the first thing that comes is the corporation, and the secondary that comes is collaboration. Unless you have this mandated objective for them to work together, I think they struggle to get that past that barrier. What Halton Healthcare does is that between Oakville, Milton, and Georgetown, they have a central planning function. There is a function at the corporate level that looks at what is needed in the Halton area, and then they pass it to locals to do that. They prevent duplication of service, they make it more efficient and so on, and they share experience. So to your question, the policy is right. I think it lacks the levers and the mandate to achieve its objectives as it is in the county. Sorry, I forgot your second question.
The question was just more related on that same concept on a local level, and then through your discussions with the hospitals and the stakeholders, what is their appetite for change, or do they see opportunities, or is this something that we're heading into a headwind with?
Yeah, what we heard from the discussions with the hospitals is that they are, first of all, I said that it's a small funding, but they are really appreciative of the funding. So the hospitals recognize the contribution that the county is making in that regard. So they are appreciative of that, and they feel that they are doing their best to collaborate. When we talked with them about these recommendations were validated and vetted with the hospitals before we finalized the report. So we presented to them in one session, we collected their feedback, we went back, revised it, and we presented in a second session. I didn't see any pushback on these recommendations, even number 2, which I think is a little bit of a hot topic here, but they are fully supportive of that. They feel also that collaboration helps them in doing things better, more efficiently. And I don't think there is any resistance on that.
Great. Thank you very much, Babak. And I know there's lots of questions, so I'll pass it back to Chair. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Very interesting discussion there at that point. Councillor Anderson, and then Follis, then Verkey. Please go ahead, Anderson.
Thank you. And through the chair, generally, just as a comment, I'm a firm believer that the county needs to stay in its own lane, and looking at healthcare advocacy to the province is something that I think we don't need to be involved in. I think the hospitals directly need to be involved in that. This program was set up to support healthcare, not to fund it, not to overstep our bounds with the provincial government funding. This is to help our local health hospitals fund their community share in these programs. And I think that's what this policy needs to reflect. So with the recommendations of going above and beyond that, I do not support. And I believe we need to get back to the basics, that the Hospital Alliance is there to support a goal for our local hospitals, and then the county council to decide where that funding goes to. And I think it's simply that policy. So I can't support this recommendation at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Follis, who can ask a question here. Please go right ahead.
Thanks very much. So I had two statements, two thoughts. One was I did want to really express my support for Mayor Leduc's proposal. Happy to second it. I think that is certainly an important consideration that we have residents that access services outside of our own county boundaries, and we need to really keep that in mind. The second piece, and I wasn't sure if an amendment would be required, but just around recommendations of amalgamation, I had come across a report, it was written in 2021. It's called The Impact of Hospital Closures and Mergers on Patient Welfare. It's written by Barker, Watt, and Trammer out of Queen's University, and they had quite an interesting kind of summation of their findings. I think it would be just worth reading through them very quickly if it's possible. In recent decades, public health systems operated by governments have experienced directed hospital mergers and closures. despite a lack of consensus regarding the impacts on patients. Cost savings and efficiency gains are frequently proposed arguments in favor of amalgamation of hospitals funded or administered by governments. These arguments have also been used to consolidate other things. But such arguments ignore any potential impacts on consumers. This is especially true in settings where prices paid by consumers for services are fixed or zero. Patient welfare can be negatively impacted if hospital mergers remove acute care services from some locations, as some patients must travel farther to access care. Increased market concentration can also negatively affect patients if it limits competition between hospitals. In systems with administered prices, i.e. hospital markets where prices are set by regulators, this may take the form of reduced quality competition. And it goes on and on. It does say that there is potential for positive impacts, but there's certainly potential for negative impacts as well with mergers. And they just in reading that and reading the recommendations, I'm wondering if the language can be, explore this as a potential rather than having it as a prescriptive recommendation, because I think there's a lot of potential ups and downs that need to be considered before we just push ahead with saying we should be merging the hospitals into one network. And I guess I'll look to the chair to suggest whether an amendment would be appropriate.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Follis. The first item I'd like to just acknowledge for you is that while we're permitting you to ask questions, you're not a voter on this item, so I can't ask you to be a seconder. Sorry. But I acknowledge what you're looking for there, and so we'll deal with that through our procedures. And so I'm not sure how I can answer your question any further now. Perhaps I could move to other speakers, and I'll consult with the clerk if there's a concern there. Mr. Verkuyk would like to go next, and then Mr. Rawson.
Thank you, Chair. I've been a lifelong resident of Bradford, West Goldenberry, and Simcoe County, and a proud member of Simcoe County. But I've also, South Lake has been our hospital all my life. I was born there. My kids were born there. I had life-saving surgery there. We use that for our emergency services. Unfortunately, they didn't select Bradford, West Goldenberry for the next hospital, but the one in Queensville will still be the closest hospital. It will still be our hospital. Right now, South Lake services probably about 80% of our population, which is about 40,000 people. And I know that it also services the south end of New Tech. And I just can't see how we can not support South Lake with that amount of it's part of our hospital network. So yeah, I can't support recommendation number 2. And I will second that amendment.
Thank you. I'll have one more speaker, and then we're going to come back to Councillor Evans, although I acknowledge Councillor Cox, you're on the list. So the next speaker will be Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Healthcare is a complex topic, a difficult thing to accomplish. Jane, thank you for the report. I think it's well done. To you and the presenter, I think a lot of great work was done on this. We're all faced with impossible challenges, and I know locally, hospitals are telling us they're having a hard time meeting their capital demands. They're asking us on the local front, they're asking us at the upper tier front for more. We're being told today the $3 million is not close to what is being asked from our hospital alliance. I know locally, we've said no at our local challenge, a local council, no to $25,000. It has no impact on the big picture. We have to support this through the upper tier, and I think this reports have been so well done. I also appreciate Councillor Anderson's comments about staying in our lane. I think that's an important thing that we need to think about. This isn't about one hospital is better than another. It's about how we can have a bigger impact. I can't say enough how much I disagree with Councillor Leduc's comments. This has nothing to do about South Lake or what they do or don't do. This is about who we can help. Every time we say yes to somebody, we have to say no to someone else. The County of Simcoe residents have utilized, and you mentioned it, Councillor Luke, sick kids. We've utilized Sunnybrook. We've utilized St. Mike's. We're going to complicate this if we look at every hospital that we've used. Jane could probably give us reports about how many times the County of Simcoe paramedic service has brought a patient to another hospital. We bring people to Owen Sound all the time. I think we're complicating by looking about this. This isn't about which hospital is better or not. So I think we got to look at what's our impact. Our local hospitals are saying they need help. I think we got to look at some more facts. So here's another fact. Our agreement with the Ministry of Health is that we fund 50% of ambulance service and 50% by the ministry. Our last report is, I believe, we're only getting 47% of the funding. So we're paying 3% more than we should. So I think we got to look at what we should pay and how do we make up that difference. Maybe we can say the province that 3% you haven't paid us, here's your IOU. We can consider giving that to South Lake. I think, again, this is all a complicated topic, and how do we really help? A couple questions. I appreciate the comment about the amalgamation. I think Councillor Anderson mentioned this. It's a complicated topic, and we only spoke an hour today about strong chair powers and how we're going to look at. We're trying to figure out our own governance structure. Now we're trying to ask other hospitals to do this amalgamation. I think to Councillor Anderson's point, we should stay in our lane. My question is on the recommendation about amalgamation. Is this a request? Is this a thing to the hospital lines? Is this a request to the ministry? I agree on we should work together and do higher level thinking and planning. I think that's a good, strong point that was raised, but I'd like to understand more about that. And my other comment is about community. So we talked about necessary and unnecessary funding inside hospital. We also fund hospice. And we know that hospice delivers better care for people at end of life, cheaper than hospital. So did this look at community services? We've seen MRI in community, we're seeing X-ray in community. Did this look at other services that can be done in community and have bigger impact and less cost implications? Well, and Jane, thank you again. I know this was a difficult task, and I think from my lens and our lower tier lens, this is great. And we've been saying our local tier, let's don't do anything. Let's land on the county's land on this. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can address a couple of the questions that have come up. So I'll start with the recommendation for advocacy on amalgamation. Just to clarify, we're not recommending the hospitals be amalgamated. The recommendation is there are similar models across the province for the province to simply look at the hospitals within the County of Simcoe. Is there merit? Would it make sense to bring them together in a formal way? So it's a subtle distinction, but I think it's an important distinction that we are just recommending based on the study, that they take a look at the situation. In discussions, and my counterpart, General Manager Wilcox, the two of us were kind of the staff leads for this whole process. And when we heard some of the information, sorry, I lost my train of thought on this one. Totally lost my train of thought on this one. However, the big takeaway for us was that planning, the collaboration and the planning. So the amalgamation is just consideration, looking at the current status. The one thing that we heard was that there's a lot of hospitals in the County of Simcoe, that it is kind of a one-off in terms of the number of hospitals. And that came from engagement studies with Ontario Health and with the Ministry of Health. So it seemed logical, that recommendation to look for the province to consider. Is there any benefits to formalizing a partnership with the local hospitals? So it is a distinction. We're not recommending, we're just recommending they look at that. Yes, 100%.
Through the chair. Councillor, I think the other thing I would add to that is, as General Manager Sinclair said, we are not saying something has to be amalgamated. I heard closure of hospitals. This is not the nature of the recommendation. As I mentioned, the examples that we have, in none of those examples, any hospitals were closed. The hospitals get together and they form more or less the planning function and the capital function combined. It doesn't mean that any services is being eliminated. It doesn't mean that any hospitals is not going to serve the residents. It's a central function that thinks about what needs to be done and where it can be done at the most efficient level. I'll just say amalgamation is around amalgamation of thinking and the planning, not closure and amalgamation of the actual facilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Rawson, thank you. Jane, did you have something else?
I was just going to also comment, the first recommendation for the policy that looks at that regional planning, from the feedback through the study, it was twofold. What E&Y recommended is that the hospitals, not the county, the hospitals do a longer term plan in terms of what are the clinical services required for the population in the County of Simcoe. We recognize this is not our service area and it's not our area of expertise. We're just requesting that the hospitals, who are the experts, do that planning together in terms of what are the clinical needs based on the population of the County of Simcoe. And then the second part of that is do an inventory. What are the services actually being provided at all the local hospitals now? And those two components as part of their long-term planning should help inform the capital needs in the long term, 20, 30, 40 years out. So just to kind of clarify that component. And the third piece that I'll just comment quickly on regarding hospitals within the geography, the information we received was that was a recommendation that came through engagement with the various hospitals. But certainly we've discussed with E&Y an alternative would be to look at the criteria. That criteria of 20%, a minimum 20% of inpatient surgical patients has been in place. It's actually closer to 30 years. So that we also had discussions with the consultants about that being an alternative option as well, to revisit that criteria. Does it still make sense? Or are there recommendations back to County Council on that point? So just a couple of pieces I wanted to clarify.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to halt the discussion at this point just to get this motion on the floor so that then I can entertain respectfully the motion from Councillor Leduc as an amendment. I'd like to just record McDonald, you'll be next here as well. So the councillors remaining to speak are Councillor Cox, Councillor Smith, Councillor Hamlin, Councillor McDonald, if you're all comfortable with that. So at this time, can I ask perhaps Councillor Rawson, would you like to move this motion? Perhaps the Deputy Warden, would you second the motion? I'll read the motion out loud. Is that comfortable? And then we'll go, pardon me? Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean that we're still going, you did say we would still go back to discussion, but once this is on the floor and it's read, we've run into this before, that means it's on the floor and there's no other comments that are going to make a difference because it's already on the floor.
Well, I would interpret that I would read this, put this on the floor, and then go back to our very first speaker, which was Councillor Leduc, who asked for an amendment before I'd even had it on the floor. So that's what I think I'd like to do. And I gave Councillor Leduc the benefit of the doubt that I had 5 persons already asking to speak, so I let them all speak up until that point. So if that's comfortable for everybody, I'd like to move that to this point where I put it on the floor. Any objections? All right. I'll read the motion and then we'll entertain some amendments. CCW 2026-188, June 23rd, 2026, regarding the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance Long-Term Care Planning Review be received. Staff revised the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance funding policy to reflect the associated recommendations 1 through 5 contained within item CCW 2026-188, and that staff consider an increase in the level of annual funding offered to Simcoe County Hospital Alliance members, subject to adoption of the recommendations 1 through 5 above, and provide recommendations to County Council in a subsequent report. And that the warden write a letter to the Ontario Minister of Health advocating for improvements to the capital funding program as outlined within CCW 2026-188. Thank you. I will ask Councillor Leduc now to just formalize his amendment request, and the clerk is prepared to help us with that as well. Mr. Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my amendment would be the first paragraph is fine. The second, that staff revise the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance funding policy to reflect the associated recommendations 1, 3, 4, 5 contained within item CCW 2026-188. Or it can say 1 through 5, save it except 2. Whatever the clerk feels is best to put on the floor, I would leave it to his suggestion.
All right. If you can record that, right? Look for a seconder, Mr. Verkijk. Thank you. And to the clerk, would you be able to review that for us?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Excuse me, Chair Measures.
Yes.
For clarification, on the motion, it's asking us to approve 1 to 5, which includes the increase in funding, but there's 6 recommendations. I just want to make sure that we're voting on the right thing. Am I missing something?
Please.
To clarify the recommendations, 1 through 5 are policy adjustments. The 6th recommendation is for staff to look at potential increases to the funding allotment, conditional to the policy changes 1 through 5, and come back to County Council at a future time with recommendations for the actual amount, annual amount in the policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's good clarification. That's better. I think the final thing too would be that the letter of the warden would write for advocacy to the minister. Councillor Cox?
Yep, through the chair. I also think that last paragraph about the warden writing a letter, would you not want to include the recommended points for the county's advocacy to the ministry? Because there are 5 recommendations there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the letter would outline the 5 recommendations, the actual details.
Should we not make sure it's included so it's clear? Or no? It's up to you.
We can update the actual recommendation. It just refers to the recommendations outlined within the report rather than spelling them out in the actual recommendation. But just to clarify for County Council, the intent would be the actual letter from the warden would include each of those 5 recommendations.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't just capital funding because there's other advocacy
That's
recommendations.
correct. It's all 5 of the
Thank you very
recommendations.
much.
Okay, I'm going to hand this back over to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll try and, if I may, just help council with this. I hear 2 debates sort of happening at the moment. And I'll just get this up on screen. So we do have a main motion. It's been moved by Councillor Rawson, seconded by the Deputy Warden. It's the recommendation as printed in the agenda. There's the first clause to receive, the second clause to revise the funding policy to reflect the associated recommendations 1 to 5. The amendment coming forward is essentially to remove number 2 in here. And so the amendment coming forward will impact these 2 clauses here, 2 and 3. And then I'm hearing a second debate, and perhaps, Mr. Chair, we'll get through this amendment that we're dealing with currently. And if there's further discussion on the sort of amalgamation piece in the advocacy to the Minister of Health, that can be a separate amendment. But what we're dealing with right now is clause 2 and 3. So the amendment, and I'll look to the chair to confirm with the mover and seconder that this is appropriate, but that clause 2 and 3 of the resolution be amended to remove recommendation 2 regarding the Hospital Alliance policy. And so that's funding within the geographic boundaries of the county. So the clause 2 and 3 would read as follows: that staff revise the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance funding policy to reflect the associated recommendations 1, 3, 4, and 5 contained in the report, and that staff consider an increase in the level of annual funding offered to SCHA members consistent with the recommendations supported above, so without number 2, and provide recommendations to County Council in a subsequent report. So I hope that's helpful, Mr. Chair, and maybe just look to the mover and seconder to confirm that captures their intent.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have an amazing clerk. Thank you. It is very clear to me. I'll just want to confirm with the Mr. Leduc, Mr. Verkijk. Are you comfortable with that?
Yep.
All right. They've acknowledged yes. Are there any comments about the proposed amendments? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before we go to the vote on this amendment, I'd just like to beg your indulgence on a couple of things. Number one, I can't support this simply because, we are the County of Simcoe. And the Hospital Alliance are hospitals within the County of Simcoe. And I've heard some of my friends here in the House talk about staying in our own lane. And I couldn't agree more. I can tell you that I was a patient at South Lake. And it is an absolutely amazing hospital at every level, from candy stripers right up to surgeons. I've often said that many CEOs could attend a few months with the CEO of South Lake and really learn something about how hospitals should be run, because I can't say enough good about that hospital and the morale amongst staff and so on and so forth. But it's not in Simcoe County. And yes, we have a lot of folks in Simcoe County who attend South Lake. As I said, I was one of them. But we also have a lot of folks who attend sick kids. And the next thing you know, we'll be saying, well, because of that, we should be giving money to sick kids or, St. Mike's or whatever the case may be. South Lake is in York Region. So one question I have, if I may, Mr. Chair, is what other regions are we aware of, or is this the norm, where the regions or counties are supporting these hospital alliances with county tax dollars or regional tax dollars?
Question, please, go right ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we do not have a list. We understand it's a mix. There are many municipalities that do not provide funding at all, and there are other municipalities that provide various levels of funding. York Region used to provide funding to their hospitals. Our understanding is they no longer provide funding to their hospitals. They've stopped that funding. So it's discretionary, not mandatory. So it's totally up to each individual county, region, district across the province in terms of providing this additional funding support.
Thank you very much, Jane, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I may, Wasaga Beach sees 2 million visitors every summer. Blue Mountain sees millions of visitors every year. And those visitors come from all over the province, all over the country, across North America. And believe me, they visit our hospitals. Collingwood General Marine Hospital is inundated with visitors. I don't see any other regions, municipalities, or provinces sending money to Collingwood General Marine Hospital. I know I'm going a little over the top here, but I'm trying to get the point across that, we really do need to look after the hospitals in Simcoe County. York Region's a great region, and if South Lake needs that help, York Region, if that's the case, and that council should decide to do so, then that's where they will get their funding from. But at the end of the day, I think what's most important is that, the fact that this council has been very clear over several councils to recognize the importance of the funding that is required. I mean, our hospitals are doing the absolute best they can with what it is that they're given to work with. And does that mean, what isn't there that we should be picking that up? No, it's not our responsibility. We do because we understand the importance of it. The other thing I'd just like to touch on is amalgamation, because although it's a great report, and thank you for all the hard work and dedication that went into it, I'm confused because if we're going to say amalgamate, we really do need to identify and define what it is we're looking to amalgamate. Because most people hear amalgamation and say, you're going to take 2 hospitals and make 1. And, we've heard today that the County of Simcoe is a one-off. It's very unique with the amount of hospitals we have here in Simcoe County. So if we're thinking that amalgamation is required, whether it be for hospitals or services or staff, or whatever that it is we're thinking of, and I'm sorry, but I'm just not clear on that at this point, then does that mean instead of building a new hospital that is 3 times larger as we go down the road here, that we should be building hospitals that are 7 times larger, because we could be seeing less hospitals in our region? And what does that mean to emergent service in our region? So although a great report and lots of good information, it raises a lot more questions in my mind. And until those questions are answered clearly for me, I really struggle with dealing with this in its entirety, period. But I'll get back to my main point, and is that I cannot support this amendment because, I mean, based on what I'm hearing, we'll be asked to support every hospital across the province at some point or another because, I mean, let's face it, patients and people travel and services are better in different areas. And those services need to be looked after, A, by the province, it's their responsibility, but B, by the respective regions in which those hospitals stay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. I just want to remind all the members we're talking about this amendment in front of us, not the discussion about amalgamation yet, but I appreciate your comments. I do have Councillor Hamlin, I believe, online who wants a question about the amendment, please. Councillor Hamlin, I think your microphone is muted.
Sorry. I think the Councillor Smith has just summarized what I was going to say. And I'll just add that, you know, I just really, you know, I accept the premise that we stay in our own lane that was expressed earlier. You know, it's not really a job for the County of Simcoe to be funding hospitals. We all want to, and we do. And I think, you know, that's a strength of the county. But we're a small population over a huge area. And I really think this is, you know, an area where we just have to stick to our knitting. Like, how do we decide? We've all used all these hospitals around the province. And I sure appreciate what I've heard about members and their families using the hospital in York Region. My own husband spent a week there. I totally get it, but I think we have to pick. And unless others are contributing to our area hospitals, how do we pick? We can only pick based on where they're located and what our jurisdiction is and where our taxpayers are paying money. So I just want to say I don't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamlin. I'm going to go to Councillor Verkuyk. I'll go to Mr. Leduc following. That'll be the final speaker. So, Mr. Verkuyk.
I don't think the argument for this amendment is saying that we have to support St. Mike's or sick kids or hospitals where people might show up. This amendment is to reflect the fact that we're going to support our tax dollars for local hospitals. We have to include all the local hospitals. And so South Lake is the local hospital for a significant portion of the population. That's the argument. And if we're, you know, the other argument I can buy, should we be supporting hospitals at all? But that's not part of this amendment. We can have that discussion afterwards.
All right. I just want to halt here for a second. Ms. McDonald, did you have something on the amendment you want to speak to? You're on my list, so I just wanted to make sure. Do you mind? I'll let her go first, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to Councillor Smith and Councillor Anderson for their input. It was a lot of what I'm thinking, and I just worry that I haven't heard, or we haven't heard really much about from the alliance, and that's what troubles me, is because if we start sending messages to the province with certain wording that we already know in past tense, how they take over and they make it something else completely. That's my worry, that we start off with something, and then we send a letter off to say, this is what we're thinking of. And then they change it and they look at a bigger picture, and all of a sudden they come back to something that we can't change. That's my biggest worry for what we're looking at now, going in. Some call it stay in our own lane. I think sometimes that the province loves it, that we have the heart that wants to help everyone in their hospitals, because that means they don't do their job and their funding. And I find that is a big problem in itself. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Leduc, would you like to wrap this up on the amendment discussion, and then I'll call the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to reiterate what Councillor Verkuyk said. This is about the alliance funding, and that's what it's about. South Lake has been an alliance member for 20 years. It is a hospital within Simcoe County. So I fully support the recommendation as written, and I hope I get support of the House for this. this recommendation. Thank you very much for the amendment.
All right, thank you very much. House, the recommendation for the amendment is on the screen. Is it required for me to read it? It's all available for everyone. Mr. Clerk, you're comfortable? Yep, okay. Then at this point, then we have a mover and seconder, and I am prepared to call the vote on the amendment. Those in favor, please. Those opposed? I would suggest that will not carry, so that is defeated. We're now back at the original motion, and with the discussion that's been put forward, is there a item in regards to a future amendment? Mr. Gordon.
Thank you. No amendment. I'm content with this the way it is. I'm also, unless I misheard, the Hopso Alliance was participants in this report. They're not, we're not, subjecting our will upon them. They worked through multiple drafts. They are okay with all the recommendations, including the potential for amalgamation, knowing that it could come with or without their consent anyway. And that I don't really want to mess with this. This is hard work done by the consultants in cooperation with our alliance, presented to us as effectively a joint submission, if you will, if you want to use a court term, ready to go to the province. They're going to do what they want anyway, but here's an informed, consensual, mutually agreed upon path forward that even the hospital boards, who typically resist, and bristle at the thought of, one CEO and one, leveling the playing field and having one overarching umbrella without closing hospitals down, but just having the governance level pared back, much as we're seeing here at our own council. I think this report should go as it is, unadulterated. All the work's being done, the consultation's being done. It's basically for our information, and we're going to forward it to the province. They're going to do what they want with it anyway. So I won't be supporting any further amendments. I don't think there's any need to micromanage this any longer. We spent the money. We got Ernst & Young involved in this. This is not Joe Bob's consultant that did this for us, and all the Hospital Alliance partners have bought into it, and I'm quite content to support this as it stands. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to review back to the original list. I think all of the speakers have already spoken. Cox, Smith, and Hamlin. Did you have anything else you want to add to the regular? Mr. Smith, anything further on the motion? Councillor Hamlin, yes, your hand's up. Go right ahead.
I will have a comment on the amalgamation. Chair, is this a good time?
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just have a question for our consultant about the County of Grey. And I ask this because, of course, our municipality is on the west side of the County of Simcoe, and we see lots of interaction between our residents and the residents to the west of us. And of course, there's a hospital in Markdale and one in Grey Highlands, in other words, in Markdale, Grey Highlands, and also in Meaford, which are about the same distance as RVH. So I don't want to get into the merits of whether talks should be held with them, except my question is, aside from the fact our county paid for this report, was there any thought of including the other hospitals in the region with the discussions of possible amalgamation? Thank you.
Is there any thought from the general manager about our neighboring hospitals that are outside of our area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did not discuss or were provided any information on Grey County, so I don't have any detailed information about that. I don't believe it was part of the review, so we certainly could look at the details and come back, but we didn't receive any information on that situation.
Thank you very much. In support of what Councillor, I'm going to get you in a minute here, Councillor Hamlin, but in support of what Councillor Hamlin's saying, I can assure you that the local share for our capital project to build our new Collingwood Regional Hospital includes the town of Blue Mountains and Grey Highlands, which are in Grey County, and they're in fact going to be supporting that. So that's something I think our team should be aware of. Councillor Hamlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like all the recommendations in this report, and I think it was time that we updated how we looked at this. And These are thoughtful conclusions, and I'm glad we've already had impact on the IT front potentially. But perhaps when this goes forward, if even a mention could be had to the ministry to consider a little broader circle around, if they are going to consider encouraging the hospitals to amalgamate, they consider beyond the county if they think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you very much. I have Councillor Fryer as my last person on my list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation and the review. I generally, in my experience over the 4 years of working through things, I find that our hospital alliance works very well together and do a collaborative approach in trying to be as efficient as possible. I have no problem with the recommendation. It says consider the merits of amalgamation. And I think it's always good and prudent to periodically review your situation and decide if it's the best way to do it or not. And so I'm supportive of it as is written. I think it's a well put together report, and I fully expect that our alliance will work very closely with the county on evaluating the merits of amalgamation and determine what's the best course of action. So very supportive of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I slipped over Councillor Walker, and I'm not trying to. This is getting to be quite a list here. Councillor Walker, then Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. I'm uncomfortable with the wording of the with respect to amalgamation as well. My question is further to comments from a question on the alliance participation in discussions. So I understand with respect to the first set of recommendations that they were in concert with that. Were they in concert with the recommendations under heading B? Were they supportive of those recommendations?
General Manager?
Just to clarify, you're looking for the feedback from the hospital partners regarding the second set, the advocacy
yes.
components?
Yes.
And I'll look to comment.
Thank you. Through the chair. As I mentioned, we presented both sets of the recommendations to the hospitals. And this one, I didn't hear any kind of a pushback on it. Because the way we've worded it is not that we're recommending the hospitals to amalgamate. These points are connected. If you look at number 1 and number 5, our recommendation for the ministry is basically to consider how the collaboration level is going to work and consider it through advanced analytical ways and decision making. So all of that is to recommend to them to get together and share more. And the hospitals were actually supportive of that.
Yeah, I understand. I just don't, with what you're saying, why is the word amalgamating in there then? Why isn't it consider the merits of efficiencies? Because we have a large geographical area. Number of hospitals might be high, but so is the geographical area when you compare it to other regions. So, and I think I have enough faith in the CEOs of our hospitals that they are looking at things like that. But certainly amalgamation would be, against you would work very well. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I may make a suggestion around the word amalgamation. Perhaps the wording can be revised to suggest formalized partnerships or something of that nature that doesn't actually include the word amalgamation, if that pleases Council.
I think the word consolidation works well. I'd like to go to Councillor Snell, then Norcross, then Cox, and at some point, somebody should call the motion. Snell's up first.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the advancement in the discussion of eliminating the word amalgamation. We've got 4 great functioning hospitals, a little over 1,000 beds, spread over 1.86 acres of land serving 533,000 people, give or take. And just earlier today, we saw how impactful the Heart Hub is working, and how working together, working collaboratively, being as efficient as possible with every dollar, it's working. So I would support that for sure, because we are seeing our new builds as it's coming to Collingwood for South Georgian Bay. You know, the community is being asked to raise $100 million to go towards 10% of construction and fixture furnishings and medical equipment. And there is donor fatigue across the region in every community and highly competitive projects. In our region alone, we've got the hospital, the women's shelter, and a massive humane society all asking for dollars at the same time. So anywhere we can find efficiency and collaborative work, I agree. The word amalgamation makes everybody anxious. I think that's, I support the formalized arrangements that you had mentioned. Thank you, GM.
Thank you for those comments. And you're absolutely right about the new hospital coming to South Georgian Bay. It's going to be great. I will ask for Councillor Norcross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, can I give my spot back to you in regards for Councillor Cox to make one sentence? But it's your call, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Norcross. Councillor Cox.
I just want to say, I think everybody's getting the fear of closing and amalgamating. What I see from my background with healthcare and different things is we're talking about services. We're talking about consolidating services, ensuring that every hospital does the best they can so that when I go or you go, you get the best care for your new hip, you get the best care for cancer treatments. And I think we're getting worried that we're going to close hospitals. And I don't think you can because of the size, as Councillor Snell said. Thank you. That was more than one. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment on that and advise that, of course, every person in this room who pays provincial taxes and every citizen in Ontario pays provincial taxes to help us run our hospitals. So I appreciate all of those that work in healthcare and those that are administrators that have to fund it. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I please respectfully request that we call the vote?
I respectfully accept. Thank you. Thank you, everyone in the House, by the way. This has been a very good discussion. I want to thank our presenter from Ernst & Young. Thank you. And GM Sinclair, as always. A very good report, and it's created an awful lot of discussion, but that's very valuable information. Council, I have read it once. Would you like me to read it again? Thank you. We have a mover and seconder of Rawson and Deputy Warden. I will call the motion. Those in favor? Are there opposed? That'll carry. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a very good session. This has been a long game for me, and I want to thank the House for your patience. I appreciate giving the opportunity to everybody to speak. It'd be my distinct pleasure to pass the chair back over to the Warden. Right. Yeah, oh, sorry, Mr. Warden. Ms. McDonald had something.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering through what General Manager Jane Sinclair said, are we changing that amalgamation wording out? Because it didn't sound like we did anything with it. We just talked about it.
I didn't hear somebody call for an actual amendment. Perhaps through the clerk's office and the warden's letter, we could encourage them to use the softer language.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll look to the consent of the House. If there's general consent that want to use wording other than amalgamation, I think staff can take that back. If there's a formal amendment.
Sure, we can go to the warden. I'm going to pass the chair directly to him to handle the rest of this. Thank you.
Point of order. You already voted on it. It's closed.
All right. It is a closed issue. So I'm going to move forward. Still got a heavy day, folks. We do need to deal with an in-camera issue. I want to do that before lunch. We'll move it through quickly. So I look for a motion that the Committee of the Whole and the city reps can stay for this. That the Committee of the Whole resolved in a closed session under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board, and Section 239(2)D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor Lavoie. All in favor? That is carried. We'll just wait until we get the room. Motion is the direction, moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Norris. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-164 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board and labor relations or employee negotiations be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. That was voted upon and carried. And the second one moved by Councillor Corbell, second by Councillor Leduc, that direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-202 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding a labor relations or employee negotiations be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act, and that was voted on and carried. So now we can break for lunch. What do you think, folks? Maybe 1:10 we'll come back and we'll do kind of a working lunch. Thank you. Hey, thank you. We are back. I will now turn it over to Chair Miskimins for corporate services. Oh, sorry. We better do a roll call here first after the break. Go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. So we'll just do a roll call following the lunch break here. We have all members of committee in attendance with a few exceptions. Councillor Dolan is currently absent with alternate Councillor Alex Waters in attendance. Councillor Prost is currently absent. Councillor Sondu is currently absent with alternate Councillor Ben Verkuyk in attendance. Councillor Michael Smith is currently absent. And you have your quorum.
Could I just ask, does anybody have to leave early? I forgot to ask her. Councillor McDonald?
Yes, I can probably stay till about 1:45, my grandson's graduation. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Miskimins.
Thank you, Warden. 2:30.
Councillor Brian Smith.
7 p.m.
And we should be good. Van Stavern.
3:30.
3:30. We should be okay on that one, but we'll keep an eye on our forms. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Chair Miskimins for corporate services. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. We're on section 29, corporate services. We've got a couple of items under consent. We have 29.1, which is CCW 2026-110, County Employment Survey Overview. 29.2, CCW 2026-183, tire collection issues causing increasing stockpiles at county waste facilities. 29.3, CCW 2026-169, Trails Connecting Communities Grant Program Update, and 29.4, letter dated June 12, 2026 from Township of Oro Medonte regarding official plan non-decision employment land, Section 23 Planning Act request. With that said, are there any items anybody wishes to pull? Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you, Chair Miskimins. Could I have 29.4 pulled for discussion or request of a motion, please?
Okay, noted. We will do that. Any other motions? Yep, Warden Clark.
Just a comment on 29.2. We are still accepting tires from individuals, even though we are getting quite a pile up, are we?
Yes, through the chair, we are at this point still collecting tires.
Councillor Brian Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. So we're collecting these tires. What do we do with them? Do we have the ability to grind them into shreds and use them in playgrounds, or what is it that we are doing with them? Is there something we should be looking to do with them?
GM Elliott.
Thank you, through the chair. We don't have any ability to manage them. We have them hauled out by a third party, but I'm going to let Director McCullough speak to that in a little bit more detail.
Director.
Thank you, and through you, Vice Chair. GM Elliott's correct. We've never processed tires ourselves. We used to have to pay for them over 10 years ago before this program started up. So the program starting up was a great financial boon for us, but now we're having to manage them ourselves. We don't have the type of infrastructure that would be required to process these into any usable. And the problem is the market's sort of saturated for reuse opportunities for tires right now as well.
Great. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, I do think that we should be sending a letter to the province in regards to this. I mean, I can tell you in the private sector, it's become a major issue. We get calls every single day with tire companies wanting to know if they can just throw them in the garbage cans. We're seeing the garbage. We're seeing them in ditches now. This is going to be a much bigger problem as we move forward. And I think we need to push the province to at least push the circular, the whole manufacturers, what is going to be done? What is the plan for the future? Because it's a problem.
Okay. Are you putting forward a motion?
I'll put a motion on that. I'd like to actually see a letter from the county push forward in regards to the issues we're having with our landfill, and what is the plan moving forward.
Councillor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, sir. I would second that motion, and I would also point out that if tires are recyclable, maybe it belongs with the province in any event.
Thank you. Councillor Norris, did I see your hand up? No? Okay. All right, so we've got a motion, clerk.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could. if there's no other comments on anything other than 29.2 here, the tire collection issues and the letter from Oro Medante, I would recommend we pass a motion to receive all the consent items with those two exceptions and then move to the tire motion here.
That's great. Thank you, Clerk. All right. Any further discussion on any of the other items? All right. So I've got a motion here that the following consent items having been given due consideration be received with the exception of 29.2 and 29.4. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor LaRose and Councillor Prost. All those in favor? That passes. All right. Then we will go back to 29.2. So regarding the letter, we've got a motion put in front of us from Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Lavoie. Clerk McGill, have you got enough information there to?
I think so. I think through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it's common for the warden to write a letter advocating. I might just want to check with staff the appropriate sort of authority to be sending that letter to. And we can work that into the motion, whether it's the ministry or the pro, or I'm not sure. So if we could just get clarification on that.
Okay. Do we have clarification, GM Elliott?
Thank you, through the chair. I would recommend that we approach the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks directly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cox.
I would like added that all the MPPs in Simcoe County get a copy too, please.
Okay. Any further conversation on 29.2? All right, we'll give the clerk a minute here. Councillor Lavoie.
Yeah, I just wanted to further point out that the resource recovery fee that we all pay when we buy tires is intended for the purposes of collecting and recycling tires.
Good point. We all pay it when we buy new ones, so somebody's got to take care of it, right?
Through you,
Clerk McGill.
Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to go based on what I'm hearing here. Look to the mover, Councillor Bell, and perhaps the seconder, Councillor Lavoie. The motion I have is that the warden write a letter to the Minister of Conservation, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, copy to the local MPPs advocating for assistance with tire resource recovery and outlining concerns related to solid waste management operations and community impacts.
Mover and seconder, good with that?
I'm good with that.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Perfect. Thank you. All right, we'll go over to Councillor Greenlaw regarding 29.4, the letter dated June 12, 2026 from the Township of Oro Medante regarding official plan non-decision employment land section 23 Planning Act request. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you very much, Chair Miskimans. This is simply a request that Council support the Township's request for a Section 23 Minister's Order to designate lands identified by the Township to facilitate the establishment of employment area designated in the Township's official plan, and that the Warden write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing forwarding this resolution and confirming the county support of our request.
Great, thanks, Councillor Greenlaw. Discussion around this. And we also need a second. Councillor Greenlaw, do you have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Cox, I saw your hand go up first. All right. Questions regarding this? I'm seeing none. We're good with that motion? All right, so everybody's heard the motion?
And actually, just one point I want to make, and the reason why this request has come forward is the employment lands are surrounding the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. So this is actually a strong thing that this county should be, I believe, should be supporting it, as it will help the airport and its development moving forward. Thank you.
That's great. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Councilor Greenlaw. All right, we are moving on to section 30, solid waste management. There should be very little conversation around this one. So section point 30.1, CCW 2026-170, the leachate management infrastructure upgrades at the Collingwood landfill. GM Elliott, any conversation you'd like to start off with on this, please?
Thank you. Maybe I can quickly highlight what the purpose of this request is. We do have a leachate management system in place at Collingwood, but due to recent climate activities, quick melts, freshettes, things like that, it's been a real challenge to deal with this on site. It does discharge into the Collingwood system. We have an agreement which limits the discharge rate to 13 liters a second, but the small containment infrastructure that we have on site was overwhelmed over the last 2 winters. So we're looking for support to improve that infrastructure on site to contain that. We're not looking, and we've spoke with Collingwood staff, we're not looking to put a higher rate of volume into the system. And over the past couple of winters, we've actually had to bring in third parties to help us truck it out or actually recirculate it on the property just to manage this. So this is really an on-site infrastructure improvement to help manage the situation. We'll continue to look for longer term solutions in terms of off-site treatment, but we felt it would be prudent to deal with this on site.
Thanks, GM Elliott. I see Councillor Hamlin, you've got your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question and then of our general manager, and that is, I understand that this system that's intended to be built is to accommodate leachate from all of the 6 landfill sites run by the county, and I'm just wondering if that's correct.
GM Elliott?
Thank you. I'm going to let Director McCullough elaborate a little bit more on the intentions.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. It is accurate that the infrastructure would service all 6 sites that we have leachate collection systems in. That's what's been happening for some time. We took 5 sites to Collingwood, and 1 site, the Oromadani site, went to Barrie. Barrie's now cut us off, so we had no alternative. We're still trying to find another home for the Barrie site and potentially others. We've not been having great luck in working with our local groups. You can imagine the city of Barrie and certainly Collingwood are somewhat put out that other municipalities within Simcoe County aren't taking what they would consider their share of the issue to deal with, and we're quite happy that Collingwood's been so helpful for us lately, but that we don't want to, going forward, we want to continue to look for others and alternatives, and we'll continue to try and do that. This is to deal with all 6 sites that are going there. There was 5 that were going there until this year, so the amount that we're disposing has gone up generally, but the amount we are limited to at 13 liters per second has not changed, and we are under that.
Thanks. Councillor Hamlin, you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Chair, I'm going to ask the House to consider a deferral request, please. Our staff has considerable concerns over this request. I have just recently trying to become an expert in all the issues. Mostly I understand that leachate is a result of every landfill site and that it has to be collected so as not to contaminate groundwater. And it has to go through treatment in a wastewater treatment plant. And our wastewater treatment plant is under, it's the one that's most near its capacity of all the ones, 24 in Simcoe County, and we are allocating out carefully our remaining capacity. We do have a number of big projects on our books, as been discussed this morning. A major hospital expansion. Potentially, we're working on a new community center, an arts center. I could go on and on. The other concern I'm hearing from staff, and I would like our staff to have an opportunity to spend more time with staff at the county, is that they're concerned about the quality, future requirements of the Ministry of Environment that they're anticipating, who's going to pay for them. Is there a plan for pre-treatment facility? And what's the long-term quantity planning? All things that I'm not equipped to discuss and certainly wouldn't want to take up the House's time reviewing all these things. So my request today, as I said, is for a deferral of this matter to allow Collingwood staff to understand more what's involved and let us come back with some advice on to what our position would be. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hamlin. And your deferral, what time frame are you thinking about? Next meeting, August 11th?
I don't know, honestly. I've just got a memo from my staff this morning, and honestly, I just I don't know. Sure, why don't we do that?
Okay,
see where we are. I may have to ask again, but I just don't know.
Okay, and do you have a seconder for your request for deferral?
I believe Councillor Fryer was going to second that.
Councillor Fryer, yes. All right.
I'm going to second it only to put it on the floor, if that's okay.
Okay.
For discussion.
And you have comments you wish to make as well? I'll come back to you. I've just got Councillor Cox first in queue. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair. This is through the chair to either Rob Elliott or Rob. Where are we with the Dillon report on septage and leachate? Remember did we not, sorry, I'm looking the wrong way. Did we not ask for a report to bring up to date the old report? Because this is exactly what we knew was going to happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like we foresaw that because places won't take the septage or the leachate, we were going to be in a bit of a mess.
GM Elliott?
Thank you. And perhaps some members of council might recall, but a number of years ago, a study was done looking at septage and leachate. That's a little dated now. And as Director McCullough had pointed out, we've got limited ability with our partners in Barrie and elsewhere to truck things to. We have not yet engaged. We've been looking with our own staff at other options, including potential capital contributions to plants expansions that are underway. But we do plan, knowing this is becoming even more of a challenge, to look at that in the longer term. We did see this infrastructure improvement as a step in the right direction over the next little while, but that is something we still have to engage another consultant in.
Well, supplemental, it's very important because I am in favor of this, but the most important thing is we are all struggling, and especially in the winter, with our rural septic tanks and places to take septage. And you know, we knew this was coming, and I thought we had already started the process to look into this, because if anybody else is here with a rural population, it's tight now. It's sometimes in the winter, if you have a problem, they just look at you and say, sorry, can't come. And they're charging up to $1,000. So I really believe that we looked at it years and years ago, and I know you looked at it, but it's becoming more prominent because the cities aren't going to take it anymore. Like, they're not going to take our septage. And I don't know what we're going to do if we don't. Thank you.
So the clerk's just informed me we have to deal with the deferral motion first before we continue on conversation. So we've got a request for deferral to August 11th, moved by Councillor Hamlin, seconded by Councillor Fryer. The topic is not debatable other than the merits of the deferral itself. Does anybody have comments about merits of the deferral? Okay. So, sorry, Councillor Fryer first, then Van Stavern, then you're good? Okay. Councilor Fryer.
I just wanted to explain that I had, as I said, supported it to get it on the floor. I'm actually not supportive of deferral, mostly because of the time frame that we're dealing with. What I'm going to propose, if the deferral doesn't go through, is amendment to the language to involve Collingwood's staff in a more significant way. That the language is there so that we know that it can be looked at. So I just wanted to explain it.
Okay, so strengthening the language around working more intensely with Collingwood staff. Okay. Councillor Van Stavern.
A quick question in regards to deferral, whether the deferral will change anything. I want a clarification. Are we asking Collingwood to take more effluent, or is this money we're going to spend going to improve the ability to do treatment on site? Are we dependent on Collingwood taking more? Thank you.
Councillor Van Stavern, we'll have to come back to that. This is just on the merits of the deferral only right now, the discussion. We have to deal with this motion first before we go into.
Well, I'm just questioning whether it's going to change anything, the deferral, if we're not asking Collingwood for anything.
Okay. Okay, GM Elliott, just to answer that question.
Thank you through the chair. I don't think that would change our infrastructure plans at all. As the report outlines, this is about installing an underground tank or at least a tank to help manage the surge of the flow. And it would actually limit our requirements to have the on-site trucking, which has been recirculating this and finding other homes for this during the freshet. So we'd always engaged with the town staff and not asked for more flow capacity, which right now is restricted to 13 liters a second.
Okay, that's clarification.
Okay, great. Any other questions around the deferral? Councillor Anderson.
Sorry, and I just wanted to echo that comment then from GM Elliott. The time constraints here for staff to review this for one more month is going to just have a cost implication, potentially down the road for extra trucking on site.
GM Elliott.
Thanks. Through the chair, one of the concerns we would have deferring this for too long would put us into a whole nother construction season. And we might potentially end up in the same challenge again, where we have compliance issues with the MECP as well.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the merits of the deferral? Councillor Hamlin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just read you one sentence from my staff report that I received this morning. While the town receives revenue for accepting leachate, staff have significant concerns regarding the long-term sustainability, operational impacts, and regulatory risks associated with being the sole wastewater treatment plant in the county currently accepting landfill leachate. We have had no discussion about this in our municipality. I just received this memo this morning, and I think, as I said, our staff have significant concerns, and I think a few weeks to allow us to work this out to August the 11th is warranted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hamlin. Any further discussion on the merits of the deferral? All right, then I will call the question. All those in favor of the deferral to August 11th? Opposed? All right, that is been defeated. All right, we'll open it back up to further questions around 30.1. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair. And in the report, it says county staff have discussed improvements with Collingwood staff who support the proposed upgrades. But ask that county continue exploring alternative disposal options to lessen the load on the town's wastewater treatment. And I think that's akin to what Mayor Hamlin's been talking about, the concern of our staff going forward. So I'd like to propose that there be an amendment to the wording that actually stipulates because it does just read right now that county staff can proceed. I'd like it to say something to the effect that it's done in conjunction with Collingwood staff and on the basis of the report saying that we're continuing to look at ways to lessen the load on Collingwood systems. So I'd leave it to the clerk to come up with wording on that and see if that's something that the House and hopefully Mayor Hamlin can accept.
Okay, great. So we've got a proposed amendment to it. Do you have a seconder? You don't have a main motion? Okay. Okay. Councillor Cabral.
Did you get a seconder, Chair, or no?
We don't have the motion on the floor, so is the House, how's the House feeling about the amendment that Councillor Fryer just proposed for the language changes? If we're good, we can just deal with that. If not, we can do an amendment after the main motion. Start with the main motion? All right. With the new one? Okay. You're going to put it on screen or?
Okay, so Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fryer. So I'm looking at the second clause as published in the agenda here, that staff be authorized to commence work on the leachate management infrastructure improvements at the Collingwood landfill. And I think you're looking for wording in conjunction with Town of Collingwood staff to reduce load on the system where possible, with an estimated cost of approximately $600,000 to be funded from the Waste Management Reserve.
Yes, thank you, clerk.
Just need a seconder for that.
And we just need a seconder for that? Councillor Laux? All right. So the motion has been read. Any further conversation around that? Councillor Snell?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm totally in favor of that. I think if it were any of our communities where this seems like it's sort of is a bit surprised by Councillor Hamlin, I would want to have at least a hot minute to have a conversation as well.
Great, thank you. Councillor Measures?
I was just going to acknowledge that Councillor Hamlin wanted to speak first, and then I would go after.
Okay, Councillor Hamlin, thanks for looking at the screen for me.
Thank you, Chair. I just don't understand the amendment in terms of what it means with respect to our staff and county staff. And if GM Elliott could explain his understanding, that would be helpful.
GM Elliott?
Thank you. I understood there to be two things happening through part of this. One was that we would work with Collingwood staff to make sure everybody's comfortable. And we are also confirming our commitment, which is happening today, to continue to look for longer term solutions as well. So that was my understanding of what council was trying to achieve through the amendment.
Councillor Hamlin?
Okay, so we'll have some input then into the discussion because as I mentioned, there were a number of issues staff have raised with me. And so, you know, that staff feels comfortable is a pretty big basket. I'm generally happy with that, but I just want to make sure that our staff have an ability to fully participate before the shovel goes in the ground, and in case we're not of a similar mind.
GM Elliott?
Thank you. Just for one point of clarity, I just want to make sure, and maybe Director McCullough can weigh in on this, though, is that we are still holding steadfast to our agreement already in place at 13 liters a second. Our goal was not to change that. This was on-site management to make sure we don't have surge capacity going in there, anything like that. So we aren't looking at revisiting that element of the agreement that's in place, but maybe Director McCullough, if you've got anything to add to that, might be helpful.
Director McCullough?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I agree with your comments and statements. That's correct. Our pump only goes at, I think the max is 11.7 liters per second. We're well under the 13 liters per second. We're not talking about changing that. What we're talking about is those conditions where we have surges, where it's freshet, to have extra storage capacity so it doesn't spill over into the environment at the site. We're not talking about changing the limits we currently have on ourselves from Collingwood. It's just to make sure that we have capacity for when we've got tons of trucks coming and the site's going through freshet and generating a lot of leachate. We've got overflow capacity rather than discharging into the natural environment.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlin, follow up?
Yes, follow up. Thank you, Chair. I just want to parse those words a little bit if I can. So I understand from what I learned this morning is Collingwood has an agreement with the county that sets maximum limits for what can be accepted, which in my mind could be a different thing than what has currently been going into it. And we have problems with overflow at our own wastewater treatment plant that happens when it's raining. So this past year or so, like with the limits that aren't being increased, my question is this the limits in the agreement or the limits that have been going through, in the last year or two? Thank you.
GM Elliott? Director McCullough, go ahead.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
no problem. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. What I'm talking about are volume limits. There's also strength limits, if you want to put it that way. The nature of leachate is the BOD loading that most strength of municipal sewage waste is judged on is actually fairly low. The amount of ammonia, TKN, a number of other factors are higher than your limit, and we are working with Collingwood staff now on an updated agreement that would set charges for the amounts that we're over in some of those other categories. So the volume limits, what I was speaking about before, the strength or loading limits are what we're still working out with Collingwood staff on that.
But that's the maximum, if I can just add, Chair, that's the maximum under the agreement. And the addition to take all of the leachate waste for the county is what's causing the concern in terms of, I'm going to say, volume to our plant. And also the contaminants you mentioned, one was, I forget the one you just mentioned, but anyway, there's a couple that I realize, I've come to realize are an issue and may need pre-treatment, and the ministry's changing their requirements, and it may end up on significant additional cost and staffing on our end as well. I didn't want to get into all these weeds, but here we are, and I'm just concerned. I really want to understand, if I can go back to my original question, what does that mean that our staff are comfortable? Can we say no?
Right, Councillor Measures, you've been waiting very patiently.
Well, thank you very much. I thought I already spoke enough today, but I'll jump in on this one. I think what we're facing here, I just like to boil this down. We have obviously a capacity issue at the Collingwood landfill site, and this proposal is asking for us to build larger storage tanks so that we can hold on the surge issues that are impacting our entire site. And so I think that's a wise decision and recommendation from staff to create these type of holding surge tanks. We've done the same thing ourselves in Creemore at our Creemore wastewater treatment plant. We have holding tanks for surge capacity as well. So I think that it's a wise decision. So to meet the construction timelines, we need to get this project moving right away if we're going to start pouring concrete and get the tanks in the ground. So let's understand we need to deal with that on our own property. The second part, and I respect what Councillor Hamlin is reaching about, and that is about the fact that we want to make sure that we consult with the staff and engineering team at Collingwood to make sure that we're not overloading or BOD loading their plant with chemicals or other concerns that may cause the plant to have a serious malfunction or failure. So I think that that's an ongoing piece that's always going to happen between our staff and their staff. And I dare say I don't think anybody here would really understand the details of what that is anyway. So let's make sure that that's in there. If I can ask through the chair that we ensure that the staff continue to have good consultations and good relationship. And the last piece I would just suggest to our colleagues in Collingwood, the dealing, as Councillor Hamlin said, the issue of overflow that has happened at the Collingwood wastewater treatment plant is very much related to infiltration. Infiltration management is something that needs to be done at a localized level, and that will absolutely save your plant and save your capacity to do what it's supposed to do, and that is to handle the sewage rather than handling the stormwater. Again, our community of Creemore, we went through that process. It was a lengthy process where we literally investigated every possible drainage point that's getting into the wastewater system, including every sump pump and every open culvert, these type of things. We want to make sure that they are not getting into the sanitary sewer system, which then overloads the plant. It was a big investment. It was about a 3-year project. And we've now proven that our Creemore plant is working very effectively. So I strongly encourage the staff in Collingwood to consider that option to help save the plant that they have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Measures. Councillor Bell, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to make a quick comment on this. I think there's some other issues by the sounds of it through the contracts that they have with the county. I would maybe encourage their staff to reach out to clarify those things. It's important we have conversations with their local staff and that they're comfortable with what's happening, answer their questions. But at the end of the day, I don't think we would like township staff to be telling our staff and blocking decisions made by the House here at the county as the upper tier. I think we continue going and it should be approved and allow the staff respectfully to discuss these things and make sure things are clarified and their concerns are acknowledged. But I think the language of making sure that they're comfortable with everything, you may not be able to do that. You may not be able to achieve it. So I just think that for the majority of things, they should be discussed and clarified, but we should continue moving ahead. Time concerns.
Thanks, Councillor Bell. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair, and respectfully to Councillor Measures. In my opinion, town staff have been working on this for probably 30 to 40 years. I was involved in the introduction of the sewer surcharge decades ago in order to start to put money together to put towards infiltration and try to reduce that to the max. But it's the main thing about today is this is a bigger holding tank. It's not going to change the level of discharge because that's in the agreement. It's 13. Right now it's 11.7, so it's about 90%. And I'd like to hear from Collingwood staff that an additional 1.3 isn't going to cause significant concern. But if there's thoughts of trying to put more through the system, I totally agree with Mayor Hamlin. We're very sensitive to the fact that we've got some situations of bypass necessity and we're more akin to being safe about that instead of just jumping into something. So I have every faith, based on the wording in the agreement and the motion, that there's going to be good dialogue between our staff and county staff in regards to the discharge part of things. This is about the holding tank, and it seems to me to create a better and a safer situation for Collingwood. So that's why I'm supportive of it.
Thanks, Councillor Fryer. Councillor Hamlin.
Yes, just to finish off, I'll just say I have no reason to think we don't need a larger holding tank at Collingwood. That's not the issue. I'll just, I'm not going to say it again, but for us to be taking all of the contaminated leachate for the whole county without some serious discussion about this, to me, is very disappointing. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hamlin. The motion has been read. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that is carried. Oh, one. Okay, thank you. All right, we are on to Section 31, Corporate Services Planning under 31.1. We have CCW 2026-187, Implementation of Local Municipal Growth Management due to approval of COPA 7 and joint county and local municipal consultations. GM Elliott, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. And through the chair, pretty straightforward request, looking for support so that as growth management updates to official plans, including the county OP happens, that the meetings can happen jointly, makes it a little bit more efficient, and I would argue maybe reduces red tape. So all in the name of building things faster.
Thanks, GM Elliott. That's great. Any discussion on this? No, seeing none. All right, I will read them. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cox.
On page 2, it says local municipal growth management process. And if I am reading this properly, it basically says that the local municipality it'll be fundamental to how their communities will grow for years to come. And the examples are population, employment allocation, settlement area categories. And I'm reading that exactly what that means, right? Thank you very much.
GM Elliott? Yep.
That is correct. Thank you, for the chair.
Perfect. Any further conversation around this? Seeing none, so I'll read the motion. That item CCW 2026-187 dated June 23rd, 2026, providing an update on the county's collaboration with local municipalities to support growth management work associated with the recent approval of COPA 7 by the province be received, and that the authority for statutory open houses and public meetings for a County of Simcoe official plan amendment associated with local growth management and official plan amendments be delegated to all local municipalities to the upper tier and lower tier open houses and public meetings can occur jointly when applicable, and that the warden and chair of corporate services or their designates attend respective public meetings when necessary, and that staff continue to work with local municipalities and the province to pursue timely approvals of the required county official plan amendments in accordance with the Planning Act. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Anderson and Councillor Laux. Any further conversation? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. On to 31.2 CCW 2026-190. Request for delegation of approval authority for plans of subdivision and condominium for the Township of Severn. GM Elliott, anything you want to add to this?
Thank you once again. The Township of Severn is the last of our local municipalities for which the county is the approval authority for subdivisions and condominiums. So we're seeking council support to enter into an MOU and transition that authority to the local municipality.
Great. Any conversation around this? All right, maybe I'll get this moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Burkett, and I'll read the motion. That item CCW 2026-190 dated June 23rd, 2026, regarding the Township of Severn's request for delegation of approval authority for plans of subdivision and condominium be received, and that staff work with Township of Severn staff to finalize the drafting of a memorandum of understanding substantively in the form of the memorandum of understanding included as Schedule 2 to item CCW 2026-190, and that following the finalization of the memorandum of understanding, the county clerk provide notice of intent to the Township of Severn and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing that the county intends to transfer approval authority for plans of subdivision and condominium within the geographic area of the Township of Severn to the Township of Severn in accordance with the Planning Act regulations OREG 297-97, and that the necessary bylaw and finalized memorandum of understanding be presented to County Council to delegate approval authority for plans of subdivision and condominium within the geographic area of the Township of Severn to the Council of the Township of Severn.
Well done.
Thank you. All those in favor? That carries. Any opposed? Perfect. All right, 31.3 CCW 2026-203, joint nomination of representative to the CTC, which is the Credit Valley, Toronto and Region and Central Lake Ontario Source Protection Committee. Any questions regarding this? Seeing none, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Van Staveren and Councillor Snell, thank you. That item CCW 2026-203 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding joint nomination of representative to the CTC Source Protection Committee be received, and that County Council endorse the nomination of Chris Garretts as the CTC Source Protection Committee representative for the municipal group consisting of Dufferin County, County of Simcoe, Township of East Garifraxa, Township of Amaranth, Town of Orangeville, Town of Mono, and Township of Agila Tosserantio. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, we are moving right along. Section 32, Corporate Services Engineering Delegated Authority. Under 32.1, we have CCW 2026-186, County Road 25, temporary road closure for the 2026 Heart of Georgian Bay Terry Fox Run. I know this comes up every year. I don't imagine there's any questions, but I'll open it up. Seeing none, so I'll get a mover. How about Councillor Evans, seconded by Councillor Cabral. That item CCW 2026-186 dated June 23rd, 2026, regarding a temporary road closure, County Road 25, otherwise known as Bomb Beach Road, be received, and that under the authority of Simcoe County Bylaw number 4952, the request is outlined within item CCW 2026-186 to temporarily close County Road 25 on Sunday, September 20th, 2026, be approved. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Not seeing none. That is done. All right. Ooh. Section 33, Corporate Services, Other Matters for Consideration under 33.1. We have the Economic Development Subcommittee report from June 9th, 2026. Does anybody in the House have questions regarding this report? I'm seeing none, so I'll get this moved by Councillor Rawson, seconded by Councillor Fryer, that the recommendations contained within the Economic Development Subcommittee report dated June 9th, 2026 be approved. All those in favor? And that carries. Are there any other matters for consideration? Seeing none. Warden, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Miskmans. Now, if Chair Evans can bring us home.
I'd be happy to, Warden. Thank you. Item 34.1, 2026-199, Municipal Services Management Agreements. We've got a new agreement for running through till 2029. So any comments or questions on this? I think we all been through this a number of times. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Walker and Councillor Locks, thank you so much. The motion is that item CCW 2026-199 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding Municipal Services Management Agreement be received, and that the Municipal Services Management Agreement substantially in the form is attached in Schedules 2 through 4 be approved, and that the necessary bylaw be presented to authorize the Warden and County Clerk to execute the 3 Municipal Services Management Agreements. Any other comments or questions? Those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Motion is carried. Moving on to item 34.2. Development Charges Bylaw Amendment for temporary or seasonal structures, including air-supported domes. Kind of a neat comment, actually, getting more popular. Any comments or questions on this one? No? Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Fryer, thank you, and Councillor Fowler. Motion is that item CCW-200 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding Development Charges Bylaw Amendment for temporary or seasonal structures, including air-supported domes, be received, and that the necessary bylaw be presented to County Council attached in draft as Schedule 2 to item CCW 2026-200 to amend bylaw number 6930 for development charges to be exempt for temporary or seasonal structures, including air-supported domes, for the Corporation of the County of Simcoe. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried too. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 35.1, which is Sustainable Operations Program Update. Any comments or questions on this item? Councillor Rawson, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know this report's here for our information. I'm wondering if we can look for a future staff report. Under the leadership of Mayor Norcross, we've done a lot of work regarding the zero emission vehicle mandate and really the impact of electrifying our fleet mandates and what the federal policy looks like. And under Mayor Norcross, we've done some advocacy with the Prime Minister about policy changes and how we need to really look at leveraging hybrids, that the consumer market's not ready for electrified vehicles. And I look at this policy framework that we brought forward, and I think we need to lead by example. So we may need to look at adjusting our policy. Our policy right now talks about electrifying our fleet for the County of Simcoe. We've put down some metrics for what that looks like. And looking at the landscape and how this is having tremendous impact to our economy, I think we need to lead by example. And I think some of those examples should be that we make some adjustments to our quotas and our numbers. We look at hybrid. And I think if we look at some other work that's been done, again, under Mayor Norcross's leadership, we've talked about the North America lead, that we should lead by example and take that example about implementing that with our work here. So the Can North vehicles, we should be looking at implementing that and take that lead. I want to bring that to my lower tier as well, but I think this policy, we did the right thing at the right time, but things change. And I think today we need to make some serious adjustments because this is going to impact families, communities, and our economy. And I think we need to stand proud today and do this. I want to thank Mayor Norcross for his leadership on this.
Great, thanks, Councillor Rawson. I wonder if you could just sort of coalesce that thought into something we could possibly consider as an amendment to this current motion. Councillor Norcross, perhaps you can do it, help him out there.
Thank you, Chair. I think it should be everything he just said. Sorry.
Our poor
I know
his
it's a long day,
fingers
but
are raw, so he's been working like crazy.
no, but Councillor Rawson, thank you so much for those kind words, and it was, I really appreciate it. And it was the team, so thank you.
Chair,
Councillor
I know the motion here is to receive the report. I'm not suggesting here on the fly we adjust all these. My recommendation, maybe we can ask staff to come back with some new thinking and thoughts for us. Because again, this is received for information. I know people are getting tired. I would love to see some in the near future that looks at some of these recommendations and thoughts, that we make some substantial adjustments to our policy framework. I don't know if now is the time for me to implement that, but I'd love to ask staff a report back with how we can make adjustments.
I see a lot of nodding heads, and following on Councillor Norcross and your group's direction, we did get some very good publicity on that, and I think it would be behoove us to continue that movement forward. So, General Manager Wilcox, you want to add to that?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Chair. Certainly we can take that back and staff will look at that. Specifically, it sounds like it's directed more at the electric vehicle component, which we're happy to look at, and we can bring further analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Any further comments? Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There is a clause beyond just receiving the report. There is the second clause that the county's 2025 energy conservation greenhouse gas emission report attached to Schedule 1 be approved and posted to the county's website in compliance with some legislation there. So there is that piece. The main motion hasn't been put on the floor, but if what I'm hearing is correct, you could add an additional clause here that staff report back with further information on the county's planned transition toward an electric fleet and evaluating adjustments to that policy framework and related impacts to the corporate climate action plan.
Councillor Austin, I believe you commented about hybrid as well, though, didn't you not? Do we want to differentiate? Yeah, we would like to add both, I would believe, right? So hybrid and electric, yeah. Any further comments? Seconder for Councillor Rawson? Councillor Norcross, of course. Thank you. Just give us a second here. And then I'll be done. See, that's how you go really quick there, Councillor Miskins. Yeah. You got the wrong committee.
I beat your last one.
It's true.
7 seconds.
We're good? Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder. Motion is that item CCW 2026-127 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding the Sustainable Operations Program update be received, and that the County of Simcoe's 2025 Energy Conservation and Greenhouse Gas Emission Report substantially in the form attached to Schedule 1 to item CCW 2026-127 be approved and posted to the county's website in compliance with the Provincial Electricity Act requirements, specifically Ontario Regulation 25-30.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, and then it would be and that staff report back with the further information as discussed.
Okay, and with the amended motion that staff report back on both electric and hybrid implementation. Good, fair enough. Those in favor? Thank you very much. Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Are there any other items for consideration under performance management? Not seeing any. I'll pass back to you, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Evans. And we do have to go in camera again. There's a presentation. So that the Committee of the Whole resolve in a closed session at 2:05 under the authority of the Municipal Act Section 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board, Section 239-2I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And Section 239-2K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of a municipality or local board. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Van Stavern, second by Councillor Measures. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I've set myself Back into council and pass all the motions. Okay, we are live. So the first one I'll do is I'll read the in-camera motion moved by Councillor Van Stavern, second by Councillor Fryer. That direction in-camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-173 dated June 9th, 2026 regarding trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization be approved and voted upon in accordance with Section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. That was voted upon and carried. Next, I had moved by Councillor Corbell, second by Councillor Prost, that direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-181 dated June 23rd regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land be approved and voted upon in accordance with Section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. That was voted on and carried. Then I had a motion moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor Anderson. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-192 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land be approved and voted upon in accordance with Section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Also carried. And then I had a motion moved by Councillor Snell, second by Councillor Norris, that direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-197 dated June 23rd, 2026 regarding a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of a municipality or local board be approved and voted upon within accordance with Section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. Also carried. And lastly, moved by Councillor McKellen, second by Councillor Measures, that direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CCW 2026-198 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with Section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. And that was also carried. So now I need a motion that Committee of the Whole rise and report, or we did close section, the Committee of the Whole rise and report to Council and Council reconvene. So the motion is moved by Councillor Greenlaw, second by Councillor Cox. That Committee of the Whole rise and report and resume sitting as County Council at 3:02 p.m. All in favor? Okay. Let me get myself organized here. Okay, 39-1. Okay, I will hand over to Chair Evans for performance from management.
Thank you, Warden. And to confirm the proceedings of today, June 3rd, Committee of the Whole report for performance management moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Rawson. Thank you very much. The motion is the performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated June 23rd, 2026 be approved. Back to you, Warden.
Any items to be pulled from performance management? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, I have Human Services Chair. Yes. Oh, on Chair Measures, you're going to jump in? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I was going to acknowledge, thank you, Your Worship. I was going to acknowledge that during our committee discussions, I failed to acknowledge that Councillor Prost did declare a conflict of interest for item CCW 2026-188, and that's within this motion that's being presented to the table. So I just want to acknowledge that she did declare that and did not participate in the discussion at that time. Fair?
Yeah, through you. So this resolution here should pull out 27-1. So Councillor Prost can vote on it. So it's that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated June 23rd, 2026 be approved with the exception of item 27.1 and including the confidential items.
Fair enough. I'll have that moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brian Smith.
Everybody's heard the motion. Any other items to be pulled? Councillor Leduc.
So that's just the, which one are we voting on? The rest of them?
Everything except 20.
Everything
Thank you.
except the one with the conflict. Yes. All in favor? That is carried.
So just to assist here, now we're voting on 27.1. It's the Simcoe County Hospital Alliance Long-Term Capital Planning Review Update. And what was supported from Committee of the Whole was the recommendation published in the agenda.
Thank you. Would you like to move that?
No, no.
Oh, you would like to speak to it?
Is it moved already or not?
No, I'll put it on the floor. I'll put it on the floor. Councillor Rawson will move the motion. Councillor Norris will second it.
Okay, everybody's heard the motion. Councillor Leduc.
I'd like to add an amendment to the motion after that, a final clause that says that Simcoe County does not fund the Hospital Alliance after 2031. Our agreement goes to 2031. Right now, we're locked into 2031, so I would like to add an amendment that we don't fund the Hospital Alliance after 2031.
Looking for direction here. Just getting direction. You have a point of order then?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, we're not allowed to make decision on future council decisions, are we, at this point?
That's what I'm getting as well. We're
Sure you can. We extended a 15-year agreement with them before, right?
It automatically expires on 2030.
But we did a 15-year agreement back in 2016 for funding for the Alliance. So it's not, you're not imposing anything. You're saying stop the funding by 2031, which we're locked into. Let a future council decide if they want to fund that Alliance after.
We could recommend to a future council is what I'm getting from the, you can't say a future council can't, but you can recommend that it be expire on the expiry date. Is what I'm hearing.
Let's have that then. Recommend that it expire on the expiry date of 2031.
Yes, recommendation that they do not resume it. Okay, lots of hands. I'll start with Councillor Anderson. Yep.
I just would like to.
I need a seconder for that motion before we get too far into it.
Take that.
Oh, okay. What I'm hearing here is we should vote on the recommendation in front of us and then take that as a second motion.
It's not an amendment to the original motion?
On the same item. So vote on the original motion and then take that as a secondary motion is what I'm getting is the best advice to proceed with that. If that's okay with the House.
Like it doesn't impact.
It doesn't impact up till 2031. So we'd vote on that and then do that as a second standalone motion on this subject. If that's okay. So lots of questions. So on the original motion is what I've got on the floor right now. Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. So I understand the original motion is the policy is going to be brought back to council and the recommendation for an increase potentially in funding. Could that not form part of the recommendation from staff as to the longevity of the agreement rather than have that debate today?
I'll go to the clerk for this one.
So I think you do have a point here, Councillor. Like, I'll just say that clause 3 indicates that staff consider an increase in the level of annual funding offered to Hospital Alliance members, subject to adoption of the recommendations 1 to 5 above, and provide recommendations to County Council in a subsequent report. So there's already clause 3 of the recommendation that contemplates staff bringing back a further report about the level of annual funding. And just perhaps a thought is to maybe have that discussion at that point. That is one option rather than taking an additional motion today.
Councillor Leduc?
Yeah, so we can't amend this then because it's in clause 3 where we could say the council consider the increase of the level of annual funding offered to CHAA members and or cease the agreement in 2031.
Kind of opening a whole other can of worms here.
Yeah, you know what? I can't support this 100%. Like, this is crazy. We give 11% of this budget. Out of $3 million, give us our money back then. If we're not going to get South Lake in there, get us out of the funding application. That's all I'm saying. Well, want to make it easy? Take us out.
Well, okay, first I've got to get clarification on the motion on the floor, which has been moved and seconded, and we're just trying to finish that motion, and I got to follow my clerk's advice on this. So
At this point, I would recommend you deal with what you have in front of you.
All right.
Make a separate.
still looking for that separate motion for that after the fact. Because okay, we're not sure when the timing of the report's even coming back, so that's why we'll deal with the motion and take that as a second motion. So on the motion that's on the floor, Councillor Snell, and then I thought I saw another hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly to Councillor McDonald's point, just that suggestion of change in the language in regards to amalgamation to friendly agreements. I don't think that got in before that was approved, please.
So you'd like an amendment just to change the wording of that? Is that where you were going, Councillor Rawson? Same issue, you'll second that? So that's a friendly amendment on that one line? I would deal that as a friendly amendment.
Remove amalgamation, essentially.
Yes, remove any mention of the word amalgamation to, Now, do I need a separate vote on that? I should have. Yes. So on that amendment, just remove the word amalgamation out. I have a mover and a seconder. It was moved by Snell, second by Ross, and all in favor. Okay, that is carried. So now the main motion, opposed? Yep, opposed. Thank you. So the main motion as amended. Any other questions on the main motion as amended? All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
2 opposed. Thank you. New motion.
New motion that that county staff look at terminating the Alliance Hospital funding by 2031, at 2031.
At the expiry date of 2031.
Yeah.
Moved by yourself, second by Verkuyk. Everybody clear on the motion? Something more to say? Yes. Comment? Yep. Or no? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, we heard today that other areas don't fund alliances, so we have an agreement to 2031. So I'm just saying that we probably get out of that business, stay in our lane, do what we're supposed to do, and let the province fund healthcare.
All right. Comment, Councillor Brian Smith. I guess
Thank
you're the
you,
only
Worship.
Smith here today. I don't want to say Brian.
We did have the discussion about staying in our lane, and this council's made a decision now to continue down this lane until 1931. In 1931, council of the day, which is 2 councils away.
2031.
Or sorry, 2030. Did I say 19?
Lost 100 years there, my friend.
In 2031, council of the day, which is 2 councils away, will decide at that time whether or not they want to carry on with the hospital alliance or they don't. I don't know why we want to make or attempt to make that decision for 2 councils away today, because they're going to do whatever they're going to do in that day anyway.
Any other comments? The Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Your Worship. And my concern is that if we do have a motion that's written in the negative, if I vote against this, have I then fettered the council to continue to fund it? Like, to me, this is, I don't think that it's necessary at all. I think that there's an agreement that has an expiry date. And as we know, if it's a legal firm or if it's a insurance firm, when our contract is up with them, the payments stop. So that, I think, voting on this one way or the other, it wasn't on our agenda. To me, I would just prefer not to vote on it at all, but I would like to defer to the clerk to understand what the voting in the negative means.
Go ahead, Jonathan. Oh, the item is on the agenda, so I would say it's fine, but we'll get a clarification.
Yeah, in that respect, if it's sort of germane to the item on the agenda, a motion can be made if it's related to the item. My understanding of the motion right now is Councillor Leduc, you moved it. You were asking staff to report back on options for consideration of potentially terminating funding for the Hospital Alliance in 2031 and the expiry of the existing funding agreement. So you're just looking for staff to come back and outline some of the ins and outs of how that might work in the future.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor of that motion? Opposed? That motion is defeated. Thank you. I think that finished Human Services. I've lost my corporate chair and vice chair, so I will read the motion that the corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated November 25th, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item. Moved by Deputy Warden, second by Councillor Laux. Any items to be pulled off of corporate?
Point of ordinance, November 2025.
Oh, November 2026. 26. Thank you for pointing that out. We'll get it right. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We are now on to consideration of bills. Here we go. I've lost that gentleman as well. So can I have a mover and a seconder for the bills? Moved by Councillor Ross and second by Councillor Burkett that bills number 7189-26 and 7190-26 be enacted of bylaws of the County of Simcoe. All in favor? That is carried. Announcements. Please notice that the electric vehicles are still in the parking lot being shown and held at the Administration Center today till 6 p.m. So I encourage everybody to get out and have some fun driving around an electric vehicle. You've got to, lots of time, Councillor Smith. And a reminder, County Council, that there is no meeting in July. Our next meeting is scheduled for August 11th. That meeting will be fully virtual. I hope everyone has a happy Canada Day and is up and ready to enjoy the summer. Though I imagine governance might be a little busy during that time. Any other announcements? Yes, Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Worship. I know it's been a long day and everyone's eager to go. I just wanted to share a letter and a comment I received yesterday. The county does a lot of tremendous work, and we hear about our HR recruitment and retention efforts done within the county. This past term, under GM Sinclair's leadership, we've actually had a couple of students participate in a co-op opportunity with the high school program with paramedic services. So I received a letter from the two students yesterday, and if I can, with indulgence, I'd love to share that with you. One of them is from a grade 12 student from Nottawasaga Pine Secondary School in Angus, and the second is my daughter. So the letter reads, hello members of council, my name is Morgan Ross and I was given an amazing opportunity to be a grade 11 co-op student with the County of Simcoe Paramedic Services this semester. I've always been so passionate about paramedicine, and throughout the past 5 months, my love and passion has only grown more. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to everyone involved in my journey. County of Simcoe Paramedic Services is a true family. I have never felt so belonging, welcomed, and valued in a space like this before. I'm so fortunate that I got this opportunity, and every moment I got to have will be something I'll cherish the rest of my life. I would like to thank GM Sinclair, Chief Sarah Mills, and Julie Young-Williams for helping me get in this outstanding placement. Without their help and support, this opportunity would not have been possible. I'd also like to thank Chantel Demers for guidance with my day-to-day co-op. It truly takes a team, and my appreciation cannot be expressed enough to everyone that made this possible. Additionally, I'd like to thank each department that expanded my knowledge and helped me grow. So thank you to the wonderful education department, Dan, Leah, Paul, Kat, Ryan, and everyone else that involved in the education department. These individuals were all such knowledgeable mentors, kind individuals, and people who I've had the privilege to make memories and share laughs with. Next up, the logistics department. Everyone involved in the logistics department are hard workers, compassionate people, good mentors, and most importantly, people who have become my good friends. Thank you for teaching me so much and for all you guys do. Additionally, I'd like to thank the Public Access Defibrillation Program. Kim and Heather do meaningful work each day. They're some of the most welcoming and kind-hearted people you'll come across. From day one, I was welcomed with smiles, hugs, and laughter. My time in the PAD program is something that I'll cherish and appreciate for the rest of my life. As well, I'd like to thank the RU team and the community paramedics. Both of these departments do such amazing work, and I have been more than fortunate to be exposed to the incredible work they do. The knowledge I've gained and the incredible experience I had would not be possible without these outstanding people and departments. Doing my co-op at the County of Simcoe Paramedic Services was such an honor. I'm proud to share my wonderful experience. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. I'm so excited about my future in paramedicine. And Paige responded by saying, I'm graduating grade 12 student from Ottawasaga Pine Secondary School in Angus. For the past 5 months, I've been one of 2 co-op students in County of Simcoe Paramedic Services. I'm incredibly grateful for this opportunity to be one of the first students to have this experience. I've learned so much from everyone in the Simcoe County Paramedic Services and the people they work with in the community. Same people are appreciated. And she goes on to say, they've been so amazing towards me and helpful in not only my co-op and learning, but also preparing me for college. There have been so many wonderful experiences and people in the past 5 months. I'm extremely grateful for everyone and the knowledge that's been given to me. I feel prepared and excited to be starting my paramedic program at Georgian this September. Thank you. Jane, I can't say enough thanks. And I know there's a number of people behind Paige and Morgan that are looking at this. And I think we hear about recruitment and retention efforts that have been done. And Jane and your team have, I think, welcomed 2 new members to the family in the near future. Thank you for all that you and your team have done.
You know what? It's never too late for letters like that. So thank you, Councillor Rawson. Any other announcements? Okay, I have 2 more to go here. The confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 7191-26 be enacted as bylaw of the County of Simcoe. Moved by Councillor McKellen, second by Councillor Verkuyk. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly, that the June 23rd, 2026 meeting of the County Council be adjourned at 3:19. Moved by Councillor Burkett, second by Councillor Fowler. All in favor? That is carried. We'll see everybody in August. Thank you.